Oh, I'm Tim Hughes with a look at our top stories this hour. A Utah company made the giant flag that stretched out over the field at the Super Bowl.
The flag that was on display while Reba McEntire sang the national anthem was created at Colonial Flag.
Kivett Productions does a lot of the anthems, the halftime shows for Major League sports teams. And Kivett came to us back in June last year. We built it for him in about 6 weeks. We shipped it out in August. He let us know that it was going to be at the Super Bowl.
Colonial Flag Chief Operating Officer Jacob Swenson says they were all at different Super Bowl parties, but they were all texting each other as the Stars and Stripes came out. Don Brinker-Hoff, KSL News Radio.
Our top national story this hour from ABC News: house hunters, car buyers, and Wall Street investors may have to wait a little longer for the Federal Reserve to start pulling back on interest rate hikes. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
The Fed has raised interest rates 11 times since March 2022 in hopes of bringing inflation under control. And while the Consumer Price Index for January showed a slower rate of price increases than December, the Federal Reserve's inflation target has not yet been met. That means that higher than normal interest rates may be here for a few more months.
Consumer prices rose 3.1% in the year. All right, let's take a look at how the markets have reacted to that. It's been negative all since that announcement came out a little after 6:30. The Dow now down 486. That's 1.25%. The S&P is off 62. The Nasdaq down this hour by 206 points. Coming up, we're seeing some delays on southbound I-15, and we're seeing a lot of beautiful sunny weather. We'll see what both of those look like in your future. Coming up next, KSL News Time 9:02. News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Are you ready to just take charge of your physical health and well-being? Now's the perfect time to do it, and the best way to do it is with SOTA Weight Loss. SOTA stands for State-of-the-Art Weight Loss. Because it is. It's state-of-the-art. It'll help you deal with all of the challenges that normally go unaddressed when it deals with weight loss. You're going to have your own coach and nutritionist that are going to help you tackle the mental, emotional habits, the behaviors associated that will allow you to let that excess weight go. The pounds and inches fall off. It's amazing. I lost 37 pounds in just 90 days, and now it's been almost 2 full years.
I am still 37 pounds down.
I've never felt better, all through SOTA Weight Loss, and I'm not the only one. There's thousands of people across the country with similar results. It puts you in charge and you in control of what your body needs, how you get it, and how you can really thrive. Do it with SOTA Weight Loss, as I always say, when it comes to your SOTA Weight Loss journey. There's no time to lose, only time to win, so start winning today. Check it out at SOTAweightloss.com, SOTAweightloss.com.
Believe it or not, most small businesses don't have a 401k. If you don't have a 401k, you are missing out on the greatest wealth creation tool ever created. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and many 401ks are overpriced for the employer, have expensive and underperforming investment options, and have tedious administrative provisions. Not at Trajan Wealth. We can set up a 401k for a company for only $8 per employee, a $65 per plan fee, plus a small advisory fee. That's right, not thousands or even the tens of thousands you've been quoted. And do it all in less time than it takes to sit in traffic. If you have 5 or more employees, these 401ks will help you attract and retain top talent. And if you're an employee and don't have a 401k, tell your boss. Call Trajan Wealth today. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Services offered through a third-party partner.
The Utah Department of Health and Human Services wants to make sure people in Utah can live safe and healthy lives. To do that, they need to understand what services people can access in their communities and what barriers they face to accessing services where they live. For this survey, they want to hear from people in Utah, specifically people older than 60, adults with disabilities of any kind, or caregivers and service providers of older people or adults with a disability. The results will be sent to the Division of Aging and Adult Services so they can better meet the needs of people across the state of Utah. Take this survey at utahcommunitysurvey.com or by calling 800-293-1538, extension 1610. All information will remain anonymous. Again, that's utahcommunitysurvey.com or 800-293-1538, extension 1610. 800-293-1538, extension 1610.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. Andy?
Pretty big delays right now, South 15. We'll call it emergency traffic from Farmington to Centerville. We got a crash that was blocking the left lanes just after Parish Lane. Now they've moved that all the way to the right shoulder. Then a secondary crash happened in the backup right where the West Davis Highway joins up with I-15 south of Glover Lane. And that's keeping traffic jammed up. So it's going to be a really long commute from Park Lane down to Parish Lane, unless you use Legacy if you're coming down out of Kaysville right now. Need a perfect event venue? There's a place. This is the place, Heritage Park, ideal for weddings, events, featuring 11 venues, beautiful grounds, affordability for any celebration. Call or visit thisistheplace.org. I'm Andy Farnsworth in the KSL Traffic Center.
It will be a warmer day today with highs in the upper 40s, and then we'll duplicate it again tomorrow. Just a slight chance of rain overnight and a bigger chance coming on Thursday. But right now in Salt Lake City, let me just refresh here. It's, even with all that sunshine, 34 degrees at the Common, KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. I'm Tim Hughes. Remember to listen online at KSLNewsRadio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
There's a proposal on Capitol Hill, Dave, that is catching a lot of controversy this morning. We're going to speak live with the bill's sponsor in the 10 o'clock hour, but it would expand what a lot of parents have been asking for, more positions at child care centers. But the catch is these are at unlicensed child care centers.
Yeah, it's a big question of what child care is going to look like here in Utah. It's 9:07. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And here are 3 things brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union that Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
The Utah County Clerk back in the news this morning. Now, just a few weeks ago, you might remember, he's the one we had live on the air with us when he decided to stop the no postage necessary on mail-in ballots and make voters, or ask voters at least, to put a stamp on it so his office doesn't have to pay for it, postage. Well, he's back in the news. This time, he has a reprimand in the state elections office for filling out a candidate's filing form for him after the filing deadline. He tells KSL Television's Lindsay Ertz, who will join us in just a bit this morning, yeah, he did it.
I did fill in the line, and I initialed it. I wasn't trying to hide anything. It had been verbally confirmed. The intent was known.
And if I'm being honest, it sounds way worse than it actually is, in my opinion. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. In fact, it feels very much like common sense. The spirit of the law was adhered to, but the letter of the law was definitely broken, and he got a censure. Maybe not an official censure, but, a slap on the wrist at least.
Countdown. 2.
Well, we know that space for childcare in Utah, it's in dire straits right now. And this piece of legislation could expand it significantly, I think. Even though it only goes up from 6 to 8 kids that an unlicensed daycare provider could expand to, that extra 2 is quite a bit when you multiply it by all the providers out there who want to watch kids. Now, there's a recent report that shows we are in a child care crisis with only sufficient space for 36% of all kids under 6 whose parents work. So we're in dire straits, as I said. But the folks that issued this very report aren't necessarily on board with this proposal to expand the spots.
It is incredibly offensive to a lot of licensed child care providers, and I think reflects the legislature's unwillingness to do anything about child care that isn't free, easy, and completely outside of their view.
Unlicensed child care provider. It sounds so ominous. Do you know who else is an unlicensed child care provider? This guy right here, Dave Noriega, totally unlicensed. And for some reason, the state of Utah has been gracious enough to trust me to raise my own kids. I think a lot of times we freak out over the regulations or the deregulating of something. Nobody cares more about their kids than the parents. The parents aren't going to put the kids in a bad situation. I don't see why everyone's freaking out because the state is loosening up some of these restrictions.
Launch countdown 1.
Well, I think this was a poke to Senator Mike Lee for coming out against funding for Ukraine's fight against Russia. And it came from Senator Mitt Romney, who voted in favor of the $60 billion that will go to Ukraine. Yeah, the vote happened early this morning. Romney's yes vote team crushing Lee's no vote team, 70-29. I think Romney is sending a strong message to Lee et al.
If your position is being cheered by Vladimir Putin, it's time to reconsider your position.
Team no vote didn't do so great. It wasn't doing so great. But ultimately, Senator Mike Lee is going to get the last laugh.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The launch.
Commence.
America's top political story. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Senator Mitt Romney speaking just before the legislation passed with flying colors. He calls this vote
the most important vote we will ever take as United States senators. We're not being asked to send American troops into war. We are asked to help the Ukrainians defend themselves.
And that's noble. And I think we've rallied for 2 years, almost 2 years, around that idea that we've got to support the Ukrainians. But there is a harsh reality as well, that the Ukrainians aren't doing well. They've tried to drive Russia out. For the past year, there's been a counteroffensive that has failed miserably. So the question that's being asked right now is, are we just prolonging a war? Are we preventing a ceasefire or some sort of treaty by continuing to funnel money and weapons into the Ukraine battle?
I want to counter that with Senator Mitt Romney's speech last night as he laid out his case for Ukraine defense funding, for funding and continuing to send defense funding to Ukraine. I felt he did a good job making his points.
If we fail to help Ukraine, Putin will invade a NATO nation. He may delay his next invasion until he rebuilds his decimated military. But we must be clear-eyed. Ukraine is not the end. It is a step. If we fail to help Ukraine, China will eventually absorb Taiwan. If we fail to help Ukraine, we will abandon our word and our commitment, providing to our friends a view that America cannot be trusted. The Chinese Communist Party is already spreading propaganda using our delay as a warning to Taiwan that the United States will not be there to help in the face of China's threat. If we fail to help Ukraine, NATO, the alliance has prevented great power conflict for over 75 years, will falter and eventually disintegrate.
Part of what makes this so difficult, because Senator Romney is certainly making it seem like we are basically holding Russia at bay. But we're doing so with both our hands and a leg tied behind our back.
How so?
We're not really helping Ukraine. We're sending them money. We're sending them ammunition. We're sending them bombs. But that's it. I mean, we're providing some intelligence. We could go in there and drive Russia out tomorrow with the might of the U.S. military. We could absolutely do that. But we've been so terrified about the quote-unquote escalation that we just sit back and we're watching hundreds of thousands of people die.
Well, you make the situation sound so bleak. So let's lay out what the situation looks like in Ukraine straight ahead. And let you explore this question, Dave. Are we throwing money at an unwinnable war? Next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Here's a trick to podcasting at work and getting all the Utah news you love.
Download the KSL News Radio app.
The podcast for Utah's morning news and Dave and Debbie are right there. Dozens of podcasts a day.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
The nationally ranked Cougars are on a roll.
Foose dives low, wait up, and good! Drops it over the 10 for 2.
Tonight, It's BYU, UCF.
Khalifa down the lane, still gets there and lays it up and in. He was coast to coast like buttered toast.
Pregame is at 6 and tip-off at 7. Listen tonight. BYU, UCF on Utah's legacy home of Big 12 basketball and the BYU Cougars. KSL News Radio.
Hey everyone, it's Joe Montana. Spreading the word about pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. If you're 65 or older like me, you're at increased risk. So, what's the game plan? A strong defense. Pneumococcal pneumonia can strike at any time in any season, so you shouldn't wait to help protect yourself. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination today and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
God, I'm so stressed. It's a brand new year and our business is busier than ever.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 35 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Starts at $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. I get a lot of emails with feedback from customers. Here's one. Dear Dan, I just had the best experience ever. I bought a computer from Shane at your State Street store. I asked several what I thought were really stupid questions. Shane was super courteous and made me feel comfortable through the whole process. People need to understand how important it is to support a local company, especially when your experience is so good. PC Laptops really does love me. Signed, Satisfied. I love hearing feedback like that. It really just gives me the chills. It's the whole reason why I got into the computer business in the first place. You can get a brand new PC Laptops desktop, and they start at only $29 a month. And it comes with a lifetime warranty. That means if anything goes wrong, we're going to take care of you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com. At PC Laptops, we really do love you.
Do you hear that? If you're like many people, that's the sound of your money. Just lying there in a checking or savings account doing nothing when it could be out there earning more money for you. But at America First Credit Union, we can give your money a wake-up call.
What? What's that?
Rise and shine, Bucky. We can get your money working in a high-yield certificate account, earning you a much better return than traditional checking and savings. Up and at 'em, buddy. We gotta go.
Huh? Where are we going?
To America First. You'll love it there. They're going to help you do so much awesome stuff.
All right, I'm coming.
So get your money working with a high-yield certificate from America First. Head to americafirst.com today to check out the latest amazing rates. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, conditions, and change. Federally insured by NCUA.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Bish's is skipping this year's big RV show for a big reason. It costs each dealer a fortune, and guess who gets stuck with the bill? Yep, you. So skip the big show expense and come to the Bish's Better Than Show pricing event for free admission, free parking, and better than show pricing on new and used RVs. Only at Bish's RV in Salt Lake and American Fork, February 12th through the 17th and President's Day. Better pricing's big, but better selection? That's huge. Instead of spending your money to see a handful of models hauled to the show, you're getting better than show pricing on our entire inventory of new and used RVs. You'll find pricing as low as $140 per month on approved credit, plus clearance pricing on all remaining new 2023s. You'll also make 0 payments until May on approved credit and get generous trade-in offers on your current RV. Start shopping now at skipthervshow.com. Better brands, bigger selection, lower than show pricing, and free admission? Why settle? Come to the Better Than Show pricing event at Bish's RV in Salt Lake and American Fork, February 12th through the 17th and President's Day. Bish's RV, where memories begin. Stock number 73504 and 76976. Based on 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, a South Salt Lake WinCo is the first of its kind as the first fully unionized WinCo in the country. Second, the Mill Creek City Council unanimously passed a resolution calling for Utah Board of Education member Natalie Klein to resign immediately. And third, students at Utah State are being told to keep an eye out for mountain lions on campus. We're going to look for a high today of 48 degrees, and right now with plenty of sunshine, it's 34 in Salt Lake City. Back now to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. America's top political story. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Well, our Utah senators are falling on opposite sides of Ukraine funding. Senator Mitt Romney voting in favor of it early this morning, saying that a vote for this bill,
the most important vote we will ever take as United States senators. We're not being asked to send American troops into war. We are asked to help the Ukrainians defend themselves.
Senator Romney voting in favor of it, Senator Mike Lee voting against it. He took 4 hours on Saturday, another hour Monday, speaking against this additional funding package for Ukraine.
Voting yes on this bill is a capitulation. It's a surrender. It's a vote for flooded classrooms and crowded hospitals. It's a vote for increased homelessness, death by overdose. It's a vote that undermines law enforcement, puts citizenship itself at risk and in doubt, adds burdens to teachers, food banks, undercuts safety in our community parks, and threatens the first jobs that lead to the second jobs that ultimately culminate in the best jobs for our younger people.
Isn't that interesting? You've got two senators from the same state talking about completely different things. Senator Romney is talking about Ukraine and stopping Putin and supporting the Ukrainians. Mike Lee is saying, yeah, sure, that's fine, but we're not doing any of that unless you can secure the southern border. So that when you were listening to Mike Lee, you heard him talking about almost exclusively about the southern border and the need that if we are going to pass Ukrainian funding, then we have to secure. And that was an opportunity that Republicans had a week ago.
Where is the war at right now? I guess I don't have my brain quite wrapped around where things are at, and maybe that's a good place for us to start. Does it seem like Ukraine is losing the war and we're just pretending like he's going to, and his military are going to win this? Because I'm looking at some old data from 6 months ago or so, Dave, and it looked like the casualties were pretty staggering.
Yeah, it's a great point, because I think when we first saw the war, we were following it so closely. We were watching the convoys. We were getting live updates. This was part of it. It's been 2 years. I'm not exactly sure where it's at until I was listening yesterday to X, and they had a little community roundtable, and Senator Lee joined it along with Senators J.D. Vance and Ron Johnson. Elon Musk was there. Vivek Ramaswamy was there, former presidential candidates. And they were painting a picture of what is going on right now in Ukraine.
So just in moral terms, it's a disaster, and no one's talking about it. Everybody's acting like the Ukrainians are gung-ho to fight. The data doesn't suggest that.
No, I mean, all the Ukrainians who are gung-ho to fight volunteered in the first year of the war. Now they're rounding people up off the streets, and it's very sad. I mean, it's very clear that the people who are being conscripted and impressed into service right now they're not looking to fight.
That was Senators J.D. Vance and David Sachs, who was the host there. But to your point, Debbie, there's been over almost 500,000 Ukrainians that have been killed or wounded. Over 125,000 of those have been troops. Another 180,000 of those troops have been wounded. So how much is left in the military tank for the Ukrainians?
So why don't those who are just opposed to sending more aid, essentially makes it sound like they're opposed to throwing good money after bad and sending $60 billion more dollars, just say that? What if they just come out and say that, and they make that their main case in point? Senator Romney called them out for changing their story, depending on, it's like they're just floating with the wind and moving with the breeze. Listen to what he said about this.
I've observed that the reasons have evolved over time. First, it was claimed that Europe was not paying their fair share. That was proven incorrect. Our allies have already contributed more than $96 billion in aid, and the EU earlier this month agreed to provide $54 billion more over the next 4 years. Next, it was argued that we should instead focus on the Pacific and Taiwan. But Taiwan and Japan and South Korea tell us that the single best thing we can do to dissuade China's aggression is to support Ukraine. Next, we were told that we couldn't afford $60 billion for Ukraine-related funding. But somehow we can afford an $850 billion annual defense budget and annual trillion-dollar deficits, which has happened under both former President Trump and President Biden.
And that's a pretty compelling argument.
We called them out for changing their story as to why they oppose Ukraine funding. It just seems like they were those who are opposed to it, and 29 senators, including Senator Mike Lee, voted against continuing funding for Ukraine. The vote happened early this morning, late last night. I mean, sometime while we were sleeping, this vote was going down, and 29 senators voted against it. Lee was in that pack, and 70 senators, my memory serves from 5 minutes ago, 70 senators voted in favor of it, and Romney was on Team Yes vote, and he just stood up before the vote and said, look, you know, I guess it's like a stick to your story. And that's the problem with lawmakers who oppose different types of legislation, is they just never know what the clear vision is as to why they're opposing it. And I've felt that the entire time with Ukraine. And now they're coming out on X last night in a roundtable and saying, oh, well, no, it's now because it's just a bleak war and it's an unwinnable war. So what are your thoughts on that, Dave?
Well, it is. It has been a moving target. And I'm not entirely certain that it's all politically motivated. That's kind of what Senator Romney is indicating or alluding to. Maybe things change over the last couple of years, but when I was listening to that roundtable, they painted a very, very bleak picture, and these are coming from U.S. senators. And we do know that things are not going well in Ukraine. The last year they've spent in a counterinsurgency. They're trying to drive Russia out. It has been extremely ineffective. It has not been effective at all. And in part because we are to blame, the United States of America. We keep saying we're here to support Ukraine. We're here for you.
We are their largest supporter.
As long as we don't have to put boots on the ground. As long as we are not pushing too hard. We have the greatest Air Force in the history of mankind. We are 10 times the size of the next closest person. How many planes have we sent to Ukraine?
Well, we can't be
None.
involved yet. That's World War III.
We are involved,
we can't
Debbie.
put
We're
troops on the
completely
ground.
involved.
We can't put troops on the ground.
We absolutely
cannot.
No. Well, you can.
Wait.
That's
World
the
War
argument,
III,
right?
Then. You're gonna go to war against Russia.
That has been the argument all along. It's why we have rolled out in the slowest manner possible what weapons we will give to Ukraine. The weapons we're giving them right now, the HIMARS, which is a rocket battery of incredible. It's our greatest mobile rocket battery that we have. We didn't give that to them on day one when you had this huge Russian convoy coming into Kyiv. We just kind of say, oh, we'll roll out. We'll occasionally we'll give you an upgrade here. We keep pushing the boundaries instead of on day one coming in, stopping Russia because we're always afraid of, oh, this is going to escalate it. Well,
yes,
it hasn't.
Well,
it hasn't.
If we put troops on the ground to go to battle against Russia, it will absolutely. We are full-fledged involved with sending military and calling up military to head over to Ukraine to fight Russia. And we're in a war with Russia. That's what we are. I mean, it's not a sort of war. It's a full-on war then with Russia.
We're already in a proxy war. I mean, this is, to me,
so just keep going?
It's twisting a little bit of the terminology. We are absolutely involved. We are not giving them full support. We are giving them enough money right now to die. And that's what's chilling.
Great take, Dave. Next, We found out he didn't go to college as he had claimed, and then we found out he wasn't a real estate mogul as he was claimed. Then we found out his mom really didn't die on 9/11 like he claimed.
If I leave, they win. If I leave, the bullies take place. This is bullying.
And along the way, New York Representative George Santos put the Republican Party in a very precarious spot. They had to boot him out of Congress. And we find out today that the Republicans will pay the price for liar, liar, pants on fire. You know, the guy Senator Mitt Romney called a sick puppy.
Look, he's a sick puppy. He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be there. He says that he embellished his record. Look, embellishing is saying you got an A.
9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Tim Hughes with a look at some of our top stories for this half hour. Ogden City just broke ground for their Wonder Block redevelopment project. Managing director for the project, Brock Loomis, says it will have apartments, shops, office space, and even a hotel.
And the main goal for Wonder Block is to make a big economic impact on the surrounding area.
The project gets its name from the old Wonder Bread factory that used to be there. It's scheduled to be completed in about 4 years. Utah Highway Patrol responded to a different type of crash last night when a driver hit a cow on State Route 21. The driver had non-life-threatening injuries. UHP is reminding drivers to be careful when driving through rural southern Utah at night. There could be lots of wildlife on the road. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Officials are sounding the alarm on QR code scams. The FBI says thieves are using QR codes to steal important personal information.
It can give the criminal access to your phone, which then allows them access to any apps that you normally use. It can also drop some sort of computer intrusion type of software that can alter your phone and steal credentials and that sort of thing.
Stephanie Walker is Assistant Section Chief with the FBI's Cyber Division. Your money at this moment, the market's still down, but recovering some of the losses from earlier. The Dow off 424 right now. The S&P is down about 55, closing in on 1 full percent. The NASDAQ is also down 198 points as we speak. Coming up, there will be a few extra clouds remaining in the sky today. That's because a chance of showers rolling in overnight and then a pretty good shot at it by Thursday. We'll check the forecast next. KSL News Time, 9:32.
You know what's great about KSL's traffic coverage? Trained traffic reporters and real listeners.
Trading information and making the commute safer and faster for everyone.
Every 10 minutes on the 9s, we have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Many people, Amanda, I think, start each new year with one of two resolutions. One is to lose weight. The other is to save money.
Yeah.
And if you struggle to do that in the past, UCCU has an automatic way to help you.
I have used these wonderful savings goals, savings accounts at UCCU so many times. In fact, I just set one up. It's so easy. You just go and you tell it, what are you saving for? So right now I'm saving for a senior trip for my youngest son. Mm-hmm. And I tell it, I have until June of 2025. I want to save this much money. And then it will tell you, all right, well then every month or every other week or whatever you want to do, you have to set aside this much. And it will automatically take it out of your savings account.
You can have as many accounts as you want, name them whatever you want. And let's just say you want to save $600 this year.
Right.
$50 a month will automatically go in and you're reaching your goals. You haven't done a thing.
This is the way to save money and not feel it, which is a way to be successful.
So to get started, just log in to their online or mobile banking and click on any of the goals to begin.
UCCU.com. Utah Community Credit Union. Love where you bank.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333. Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, savvy, staying ahead of the market at every turn, finding ways to do more with less, and taking advantage of every opportunity that comes their way. That's why Comcast Business is introducing the Small Business Bonus. For a limited time, you can get up to a $1,000 prepaid card when you switch to Comcast Business, the company with the largest, fastest, reliable network. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call or go online to learn about the $1,000 bonus today.
Give your business a head start in 2024. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Call or go online to switch today. Ends 2/21/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 50 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Prepaid card offer requires premium internet.
Traffic and weather together, again brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Aubrey, hopefully we've got good movement out there.
Well, things are looking pretty good, but we do have a couple of crashes. One is just after Parish Lane, and the other crash is right where West Davis Corridor joins up with I-15. It is causing some heavy delays between Farmington and Centerville right now. But other than that, things are looking really good on I-15. If you're coming from Utah County, that's looking good all the way into downtown Salt Lake City. Bangerter Highway, a little bit of northbound slowing between 5300 South and 4700 South. Call 866-0RES and you say you want the KSL special, $33 per room cleaned and $50 off air duct cleaning. 0RES. I'm Aubrey Withrich in the KSL Traffic Center.
It'll be a warmer day today. Highs in the upper 40s, looking at 48 degrees both today and tomorrow. Just a slight chance of rain overnight. Better chance coming on Thursday. Nothing but sunshine out there right now, though, as things start to warm up. It's 36 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. I'm Tim Hughes. Remember to listen online at KSLNewsRadio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Let's talk about Representative George Santos.
And Dujanovic, special coverage of the top national story.
Outside the 4 seats in the House of Representatives that belong to Utah, Dave and I have never been more obsessed with Congress.
Obsessed.
It's all thanks to Congressman, who we think is named George Santos. I don't know if we've ever confirmed that.
It's a fair question. It's a very fair question.
He's out. He got kicked out of Congress. Of course, he's also been criminally charged as well. That story will be saved for another day as it develops. But he's out of Congress, and today New York will vote on who they want to replace him, Dave.
And this is a pretty incredible story. So first of all, Santos is one of the great liar, pants on fire politicians of all time. He's on the Mount Rushmore of liar, pants on fire politicians. He is a crown jewel for the Liars Club. Now, let me just give you a little list of the lies.
Please.
Number one, took campaign donations and spent $2,500 on Botox. Lied about where he went to high school, lied about where he went to college, lied about where he worked. No, he did not work for Goldman Sachs. No, he didn't work for Citigroup. And then there was the creepy stuff where he's like, claims that his mother lost her life in 9/11 when in fact she died 15 years after 9/11. And then he's trying to play in this district. It's a very Jewish district in New York, and kind of claimed he was Jewish. And when someone challenged, they're like, we talked to your priest, your Catholic priest, and he says he knows you guys really well. He's like, oh, well, I am Catholic because, but I learned that I had some Jewish background. So I wasn't saying I was Jewish. I was saying I was Jew-ish. Kind of like when you're hungry, but you're not super hungry. You're just kind of hungry-ish.
Isn't it weird to lie about where you went to high school?
Oh, super
I've known
weird.
people who lie about going to college or where they went to college because they want to pad their resume, but you don't need to lie about where you went to high school. I mean,
it was a swanky, expensive private school.
We're over it. It also is so weird that he lied about his mom dying on 9/11. Oh, yeah. He couldn't even remember his own lies because he later tweeted out that she had died in 2016. He tweeted out in 2021, "It's been 5 years since I've last seen my mother. Miss you, Mom." Something to that effect. And it was like, the math ain't mathin', dude. Yeah, his lies were super transparent, so at least he had that going for him.
The math ain't mathin'. That's a bumper sticker right there.
He's a transparent liar. And when these lies started pouring out, remember he was seen in the front row seat at President Biden's State of the Union address, which made U.S. Senator Mitt Romney so mad. And he had the entire State of the Union speech to calm down, but no.
Look, he's a sick puppy. He shouldn't be there. He says that he embellished his record. Look, embellishing is saying you got an A when you got an A-. Lying is saying you graduated from a college you didn't even attend.
Exactly. Now, the reason we're talking about George Santos today is because he just put egg all over the face of Republicans who supported him, and then they had to kick him out of Congress. So we don't know yet what the price is for Republicans to ultimately pay. We'll know more in a few hours when polls start closing. But all along, Santos is like, look, I'm the victim. Look at me. It's a witch hunt.
If I leave, they win. If I leave, the bullies take place. This is bullying.
Well, you didn't leave, so they kicked you out. Okay, so what's next for the district?
Okay.
I was listening to a podcast from the New York Times, the Daily, and they laid it out. So in the next 3 minutes, let's blast through it a little bit.
Okay. So the district is the Long Island area, very diverse. Also, largely Jewish. There, Biden wins by 8 points in 2020. But by 2022, Santos had flipped the seat. And I want to make it clear here. The voters were unaware at the time they were voting that this pile of lies was going to start pouring out.
True.
So they elect him on his fabricated resume.
Yeah.
And the GOP takes control in New York. It was a big win.
Huge win for Republicans. It helped wrestle away control of the House from Democrats. Remember, at the time, in 2022, Democrats held the White House, the Senate, and the House.
So right now, running for his seat is a Republican and a Democrat. Mazi Phillip, she's a Republican candidate. What did you think of her when you listened to the podcast?
She has a remarkable story. Really, really interesting. Not a huge politician in the sense that she's just worked on the local legislature, but a remarkable story in the sense that she was born in Ethiopia. Then her family's airlifted to Israel. She serves in the Israeli Defense Force, legally immigrates to America. Lots of her family still lives in Israel. She's married a Ukrainian-American doctor. She's an Orthodox Jew and has 7 kids.
So in her platform, very pro-Israel.
I promise you, the Jewish people, the state of Israel, the American people will make you pay the price you deserve.
And her opponent is Tom Suozzi. Now, Suozzi used to serve as a congressman in that district for 3 terms. He left to run for governor, but then he loses. He's also kind of atypical for a Democrat, running as a pro-Israel Democrat, a pro or an anti-immigration Democrat. But what you would think would be kind of a slam dunk win for Democrats because Santos had embarrassed the Republicans so much, Mazi Phillip has really made things interesting. You look at the numbers, it is neck and neck, too close to call.
So the GOP has a chance. You're saying there's a chance the GOP could hold that seat?
It looks like a really good chance.
Let's come back and talk about it tomorrow when we have some vote totals in. The Utah County Clerk landing himself right back in the news. Last time it was for removing the no post is necessary on future mail-in ballots. He wants you to pay for ballots to be mailed back to his office when you vote. Well, this time he's accused of filling in a legislative candidate's filing paperwork after the filing deadline. more on what the state elections office is going to do about it next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
A lot of us are filling our workdays with podcasts.
When you're working, go to kslnewsradio.com.
Click on Dave and Debbie's podcast and pick a topic and story length.
Podcast with Dave and Debbie. Then get to work with KSL News Radio.
So I've carried a big chunk of weight for a number of years. I'm not blaming my wife, but it did happen to coincide with us getting married. Maybe it was sympathy weight when we started having kids, but now I'm 48. I was really starting to feel the effects of that extra weight, sore joints, terrible energy. Then I met with the folks at SLC Fat Loss, so that's Salt Lake City Fat Loss, and they have a secret to lose up to a pound of fat every day. At slcfatloss.com, they have a program, a unique weight loss program where you can lose all that unhealthy weight, get healthy, get your energy back safely and effectively. And I have seen some incredible results. I'm 2 weeks in, and I've lost over 20 pounds in just 2 weeks. I cannot believe this. And it hasn't been nearly as miserable as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be very, very tough. Their program doesn't require you to count points. No exercising, no prepackaged meals, no sugar, sugary stuff, injections. slcfatloss.com is the place to go. You can schedule your free consultation in person. Now, not everyone, gets the same results, so results vary, but check it out. Most clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and I've lost 20 in 2 weeks. So check them out at slcfatloss.com.
For generations, people have loved the thrill of driving a Cadillac, the luxury of a 120-year-old American-made legacy. Combined with the latest technology and style, it's tradition, it's modern, it's a combination like no other. It's Cadillac. Head to Jerry Seiner Cadillac for in-stock models, including luxury crossovers and certified pre-owned vehicles, backed by our signature warranty. Experience Cadillac. Experience the Seiner difference.
The venue's set. Families coming in from all over. It's our quinceañera. With all the excitement, it may be easy to overlook COVID-19. It's still a risk, and that's why it's muy importante to get this season's COVID-19 shot ahead of time. It helps protect against COVID-19, which can cause severe illness and hospitalization. So let's set the date, vaccinate, and celebrate. Learn about a vaccine option and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The life of a small business owner. Keeping the lights on, calling all the shots. And then there's workplace accidents. 500-degree ovens, rusty nails. Danger lurks around every corner. Workplace accidents can happen, but there is an easy way to keep your employees covered. Talk to your agent about workers' comp coverage from Pi, or go to piinsurance.com and get a quote. Safety first, then Pi Insurance. Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, Senator Mitt Romney voted in favor of sending aid to Ukraine and Israel, calling this vote the most important vote they would ever take. Second, a new state license plate raising awareness for preserving the Great Salt Lake is 100 applications away from going into mass production. And third, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is still in the hospital following his recent bladder issues. We're going to look for a high today of 48 degrees, and with all that sunshine, 36. Now back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The Utah County Clerk is in charge of elections for the county, and he finds himself back in the news this morning. The question is it fair that he filled in info for a legislative candidate on his official filing to run for office after the deadline to file had closed? Now, Aaron Davidson has been reprimanded by the state elections office.
I did fill in the line, and I initialed it. I wasn't trying to hide anything. It had been verbally confirmed. The intent was known. He confirmed to the state that he was running as a Republican. So we decided instead of asking him to come back after 5, we would call him.
I really like this story, Debbie, because I think it brings up a very interesting conversation of common sense, spirit of the law stuff versus a strict adherence to the letter of the law. And to be completely honest, I actually like both arguments. I see them from both sides. I see what he did, and we'll go into more detail. I'm like, that seems reasonable. That seems like something that you and I could agree on, possibly.
Absolutely not, actually.
Hardcore.
The letter.
You're
Well,
cracking
okay,
down
let
on
me
it.
put it this way. If I showed up after the mail-in ballot deadline and said, please accept my ballot, I got caught in traffic, I would be turned away. We have deadlines and polls close for a reason, and if you're not in line when the poll closed or you don't have a postmark on your ballot, it doesn't, by a certain time, it doesn't count. So I don't know why the letter of the law applies in this situation, or the spirit of the law should apply in this situation, but the letter of the law applies to me as a voter. That's where I'm coming from.
In part because, and I think this is why I feel this way, we do this for voting. Say, for example, you send in your ballot, and it looks like you may have marked one candidate, but maybe your pencil mark had kind of drifted over, and you weren't totally clear. Like, who did that person vote for? You can call that individual and ask them, hey, who did you intend to vote for? This is what it looks like to me.
Okay.
And they can tell you, they can say, oh, I wanted to vote for Debbie Dujanovic for county recorder.
KSL5 Television's Lindsay Ertz reporting on this story. She's the one that interviewed the county clerk. So your report for KSL5 pointed out that the candidate who was filing for a legislative seat had made a few mistakes on that filing form, but this is the one that apparently stood out?
Yeah, and you guys are both right in your arguments here, which is why, Dave, you're right. This does make a fascinating conversation, right? And so, yeah, what happened here is that Michael Cook went in to file for state Senate District 25. He's running against Senator Mike McKell, who currently holds the seat right now. He made several mistakes on his candidate filing form. 2 of those were kind of like, okay, he left off his information and he got his seat wrong. So the state elections office allowed him to amend the form in order to fill in that relevant information in order to run for the seat. But it's this third part that they're taking issue with. It was after the filing deadline, and it was done by phone, and Michael Cook was not in the office when Aaron Davidson called him and said, can I put you on the ballot as a Republican? He maintains that his intent was clear. He had verified with the state already in a different form that he wanted to run as a Republican. He was on speakerphone and several people heard him. So this is where the spirit of the law argument comes in. But the letter of the law is very clear, especially when it comes to the filing deadline. The candidate has to be in person. They cannot amend a form after the filing deadline unless it's a specific approved reason. like the information, right? Like an email address, right? Certain things that are approved. And also, again, it was past the deadline and it was not in person. So those are kind of the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law arguments that are being made right now.
KSL5 Television's Lindsay Ertz giving us the latest information that she has regarding this issue down in Utah County where somebody who's running for the legislature didn't fill out the form. And so the Utah County clerk said, he called him. He had his word that this is what he wanted it to say. And so he did it for him. And it was after the filing deadline. And it sounds like the clerk feels he didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, he's kind of taking the argument that Dave said he agrees with in terms of, his intent was pretty clear. And he made that same argument. We adjudicate ballots. In state law, it allows for us to adjudicate ballots. So it's just a big word to say we can determine the intent of the voter. We can call them and ask them, or we can, actually we can't ask them how they voted, but we can presume their intent, right? I think the difference I'll just point out is that it is explicitly stated in state law that you can adjudicate a ballot and decipher the intent. It gives that power to county clerks. This is an example, a piece of the law that doesn't give any intent. It's pretty clear, pretty hard and fast in terms of you can't fill in a form after the deadline.
So does this letter, this reprimand that came to the county clerk, does it carry some sort of punishment?
No, it doesn't. And essentially, it's just a strongly worded slap on the wrist from the state elections office to say, don't ever do this again. And this is a potential violation. Now, the state elections office is saying they are still going to allow the candidate, Michael Cook, to be on the ballot as a Republican if he gathers the requisite signatures, because that's what he selected on his candidate filing form. So the state elections office has made a determination here, and they say if somebody has an objection to it, they can take that issue up. Now, the only person who would really have an objection to this is Senator Mike McKell, who's running for the seat. He declined to comment for the story, so it's not known which direction he'll go with this. But that's kind of where it stands right now. It's not going to go any further from the state elections office, but it could get challenged, I guess, presumably.
Lindsay, we have about 30 seconds left here, but I went online and I looked up the legislative filing form. It is not a complicated form. It's after your first name, your middle name, your last name, and the office that you're filing for and the district that you're in. It then says right under that, I am a member of the blank, fill in the blank, political party. So have you been able to figure out or talk to the candidate who the county clerk, filled out the information for after the deadline as to why he was confused about that form?
No, I haven't been able to speak with him. I emailed him several times and never got a response from him. It's just one of those things where it seems like the form is pretty simple, but clearly based on several errors that were made on this candidate filing form, Michael Cook just didn't quite fill out this form right. And in addition, I'll add that the Utah County staff didn't look over his form, and the clerk admits that, before he left the office in order to double check that he had filled everything in.
Lindsay Ertz, thank you for joining us. Great story, KSL 5 television reporter. Thanks, Lindsay.
So I feel hints of rules for thee, but not for me in this. Rules apply to those of us who are voting, and not being able to get our ballot in like one day past the deadline or even 20 minutes past the deadline. But that in this case, the Utah County clerk gets a reprimand for filling in the paperwork after the fact. Straight ahead, childcare spaces in Utah could expand significantly if this new piece of legislation that is being debated on Capitol Hill gets passed. It would let unlicensed daycare providers expand their openings from 6 to 8 per unlicensed provider. But when you say the word unlicensed, the crowd goes wild.
It is incredibly offensive to a lot of licensed child care providers, and I think reflects the legislature's unwillingness to do anything about child care that isn't free, easy, and completely outside of their view.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour. 2 Utah National Guard soldiers recovering in the hospital after their Apache helicopter crashed near their base in West Jordan. A National Guard spokesperson says the helicopter was hovering during a training exercise.
One of the pilots was a senior instructor pilot, and so that's routine for this type of training mission. And so very experienced pilot.
Lieutenant Colonel Chris Krober says both soldiers were able to get out of the helicopter on their own. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Public schools in New York City have been closed because of a snowstorm. ABC's Mike Dubusky has the latest from Central Park.
The public schools here are closed with classes being taught remotely, though local internet providers have warned of possible service outages. Boston schools are also closed. In total, some 50 million people are on alert for heavy snow in the Northeast, with the white stuff expected to come down at a rate of 1 to 2 inches per hour through the afternoon. Mike Dubusky, ABC News, New York.
More than 1,000 flights have been canceled due to the storm. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average taking a steep slide early today, 445 points down right now. The NASDAQ also down 223 points. And coming up, our weather will just be cloudy. That's it. KSL weather's next. KSL News Time, 10:01.
We hope you have the right app on your phone for news. You probably have dozens.
But the KSL News Radio app, well, it makes our live stream super easy.
Plus, our talk shows are right there as podcast for your workday.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues, and all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The life of a small business owner. Keeping the lights on, calling all the shots. And then there's workplace accidents. 500-degree ovens, rusty nails. Danger lurks around every corner. Workplace accidents can happen, but there is an easy way to keep your employees covered. Talk to your agent about workers' comp coverage from Pi, or go to piinsurance.com and get a quote. Safety first, then Pi Insurance. Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Have you heard of IRS Tax Code Section 1.408A-4? It sounds complicated, but it's a simple tax law thousands of Utah families are using to lock in lower tax bills when they retire. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, and some of this money is in an IRA or 401k, it could save you tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in future tax bills. You can find out how much you could save by requesting a free and confidential retirement tax savings analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of Utah's Best of State Award. For your free retirement tax analysis, call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Les Olson IT is now a Rico Graphic Arts and Production Systems dealer. Rico chose Les Olson because of our reputation for superior service and national recognition. Les Olson IT chose Rico Graphics because they're the best value compared to other commercial-grade printers. Rico excels in high volume, high speed, high resolution, and offers an exciting 5th color. Learn more at lesolson.com.
Les
Max Olson IT.
Traffic and weather together are brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Aubrey Withridge.
Well, if you're traveling on I-15 right now, there's no delays all the way from Spanish Fork into downtown Salt Lake City. And then on the flip side from Ogden all the way into Salt Lake, if you're on 215's east or west side belt, both of those looking good. We do have one city street crash out there right now. This is in Ogden on Main Street at 1300 South. It's moved over to the right-hand shoulder. Doesn't seem to be causing any delays. Call 866-0RES and say you want the KSL special, $33 per room cleaned and $50 off air duct cleaning. Zero Res. I'm Aubrey Withridge in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, clouds building up over northern Utah today with a small storm expected on Thursday morning. And right now we're at 37 degrees with sunny skies. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio. Eye on the Hill 2024. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Let's talk about the controversial piece of legislation that's being debated today on Capitol Hill regarding childcare. We know that Utah, Dave, is in crisis. We're running low on childcare options for families. In some cases, there just aren't any options. Utah lawmakers are debating a proposal to let unlicensed childcare facilities, I envision like in-home daycare type facilities, expand to how many kids they can legally care for from 6 to 8. Representative Susan Pulsifer joining us in just a few moments. She is the chief sponsor of this legislation.
So just to be clear, Debbie, right now, unlicensed daycares can have 6.
Well, you may want to even back that up even more, Dave. Right now, there can be unlicensed daycares in Utah. So let's bring in Susan Pulsifer. She's on the line right now. I know your time is limited, Representative Pulsifer. Did I state that correctly? We currently have unlicensed daycares in Utah, and there are 6 spots that they can hold legally for children, but you want to expand that to 8.
Yes. That's what we are looking at is expanding to 8, and there's a total currently of 10, and that would include your own children, and that won't change. So, for instance, if you had 4 children, then your total would actually be 6 still.
Okay. How common is this in Utah?
I don't know. I don't know if it's common. And honestly, I think many people who would opt to do unlicensed childcare may not want to go to the full 8. What I see that as is just an option for maybe a more unusual circumstance. And so what I mean by that is, say you have 2 children, and so that would give you the option to have 8. And maybe you only have 4, but those 4 children are 2 families, and they each have 1 or 2 children that go to school, and they just need a spot to come after school. So these would be older children. And maybe you as a provider said, I'm just really good with having my 4. That's great for me. But then these parents need a place for their kids to come after school for a couple hours. And so then that gives me, if I have that 7 or 8 option, it gives me that opportunity to have them. So I see it more as increasing options for circumstances that are not, like having kids there from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night.
Representative Susan Pulsifer live on the line with us right now. Her bill being debated on Utah's Capitol Hill, and it would expand the number of child care slots available for unlicensed child care providers to offer to parents from 6 to 8. Now, a lot of us have raised kids, and I have 3, and before I knew it, the neighborhood was over, and they were all playing, and I had, 8 kids, and it's a lot, but it would certainly be way too much if I was in charge of watching 8 newborn babies or 8 infants all at once. The dynamic changes when they get a little bit older. So is there an age limit on your legislation, Representative?
Well, not in this, but the current legislation does limit the amount of babies that you can have. So that's already in current legislation.
Do we know what this would be, what it would look like then? What like some of the scenarios would look like for these unlicensed providers? If I'm a parent, I show up with my infant, they could take my infant, correct?
Well, there's a limit in current legislation that, you know, I don't remember on the top of my head, but I think like 2 under the age of 2 or something like that.
So there's something in place that would make it so that an unlicensed provider wasn't watching 8 infants all at once. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And then there's 2 other pieces to this bill that I think are very important. And one is this bill now, this sub that was adopted, requires all unlicensed child care providers to have a background check, and the same background check that the licensed providers are required to have.
Okay.
And that has not been in the law at all. This is brand new, to require that background check to make sure that they have that same protection, you know, parents, that they would have in a licensed facility.
So are these unlicensed providers, is this like somebody that's registered with the state, or is this the mom, you know, in my neighborhood that watches some kids kind of on the side?
The current law says if you're doing it just sort of randomly, or if you're a relative, then you don't have to. But if you're just doing it kind of on the side, now if you're doing it in a business, you do have to get a city license, you know, for a business. So even if you're unlicensed with the state, you would still have to get a license with your city. And some of the cities do have regulations on how many kids you can have, depending on the size of your home and that sort of thing.
Representative Pulsifer, before we let you go, Voices for Utah Children spoken out against this legislation, telling KSL5 TV
it is incredibly offensive to a lot of licensed child care providers, and I think reflects the legislature's unwillingness to do anything about child care that isn't free, easy, and completely outside of their view.
We will speak live to Voices for Utah Children in just a moment, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that statement they're making.
Well, I appreciate that, because for me, the very most important part of this bill is the expansion of the tax credit we created last year. And last year, the tax credit would give families that had children between the 2 and 3 year old age a tax credit up to $1,000 per child. And this year, we're expanding that to include 4 and 5 year olds. And that goes to the families, and families can use that to however they choose to. But as I say, all children need child care. So they could use it to be a stay-at-home parent, or they can use it to provide child care at any facility of their choosing, and the parents get to choose. And I think that's it's the most important piece of this bill is helping the child care industry in that way and helping families in that way.
Representative Susan Pulsifer, thank you for joining us.
The bill, my understanding is, will be debated today on Utah's Capitol Hill. But we're not going to wait that long. We're going to invite the other side of this developing story into the conversation straight ahead. Utah for Voices Children joining us in just a few minutes with their take. And we'll ask them how they feel about the expansion of this tax credit to include 4 and 5 year olds, Dave.
Because right now, there is not enough. There's not enough providers, whether they're licensed or there's certainly not enough licensed child care providers out there. Unlicensed child care providers provide a crucial role in this. So I think in general, we've got to figure out a way to give parents opportunities to get their kids looked after.
Dave and Dujanovic.
You know KSL is the only news radio for your car, right?
The only news radio for your smart speaker.
Come here in the morning. It's the latest news and traffic. In the afternoon, news and updated weather.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Some updates affect your commute.
Emergency traffic due to a multiple vehicle crash.
Other stories affect lives and safety.
This helicopter is on its side. Propeller gone.
When you're listening to KSL News Radio, you're getting the first information on the biggest stories. When it's breaking news, we have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online.
Yeah!
Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Shop can't-miss deals on appliances this President's Day at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save an extra $75 on every $750 you spend on all major appliances, like LG, America's most reliable line of home appliances. Shop in-store or online for more deals you can't beat. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 2/28. Savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Bish's is skipping this year's big RV show for a big reason. It costs each dealer a fortune, and guess who gets stuck with the bill? Yep, you. So skip the big show expense and come to the Bish's Better Than Show pricing event for free admission, free parking, and Better Than Show pricing on new and used RVs. Only at Bish's RV in Salt Lake and American Fork, February 12th through the 17th and President's Day. Better pricing's big, but better selection? That's huge. Instead of spending your money to see a handful of models hauled to the show, you're getting Better Than Show pricing on our entire inventory of new and used RVs. You'll find pricing as low as $140 per month on approved credits, plus clearance pricing on all remaining new 2023s. You'll also make 0 payments until May on approved credit and get generous trade-in offers on your current RV. Start shopping now at skipthervshow.com. Better brands, bigger selection, lower than show pricing, and free admission? Why settle? Come to the Better Than Show pricing event at Bish's RV in Salt Lake and American Fork, February 12th through the 17th and President's Day. Bish's RV, where memories begin. Stock number 73504 and 76976. Based on 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
Many people, Amanda, I think, start each new year with one of two resolutions. One is to lose weight. The other is to save money.
Yeah.
And if you struggle to do that in the past, UCCU has an automatic way to help you.
I have used these wonderful savings goals, savings accounts at UCCU so many times. In fact, I just set one up. It's so easy. You just go and you tell it, what are you saving for? So right now I'm saving for a senior trip for my youngest son.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell it, I have until June of 2025. I want to save this much money. And then it will tell you, all right, well then every month or every other week or whatever you want to do, you have to set aside this much, and it will automatically take it out of your savings account.
You can have as many accounts as you want, name them whatever you want, and let's just say you want to save $600 this year.
Right.
$50 a month will automatically go in, and you're reaching your goals. You haven't done a thing.
This is the way to save money and not feel it, which is a way to be successful.
So to get started, just log in to their online or mobile banking and click on any of the goals to begin.
UCCU.com. Utah Community Credit Union. Love where you bank.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
If you're on the journey of building your dream home, remodeling, or just want to brighten up some rooms, let the Blind Man be your tour guide into the possibilities 2024 has to offer. Window coverings balance functionality and aesthetics by managing light and privacy effortlessly. Whether you seek a captivating design element, enhanced privacy, light-blocking solutions, or an infusion of natural light, the Blind Man's consultants are here to navigate you through the latest trends, tailoring them to complement your unique style. Motorized and automated roller shades have emerged as the preferred choice in 2024. This is driven by features such as the convenience they provide for hard-to-reach windows, providing safety for both children and pets, and contributing to energy efficiency. The Blind Man's experts would love to help you explore the options along your journey. Visit theblindman.com today to set up a free in-home consultation. Theblindman.com.
From Ogden to St. George, Utah's premier window covering provider, The Blind Man.
This week's movie show brought to you by Sound Sleep Medical. Get a free sleep screening and a free sleep consultation by tuning in on Friday morning. Sound Sleep Medical with 7 locations in Utah.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, the National Guard helicopter that crashed yesterday in West Jordan was hovering as part of a training exercise. The two pilots were injured. Second, Ohio has a law on social media similar to Utah's, and a judge has just put it on hold. And third, schools are closed, flights are canceled because of snow in New York City this morning. Right now, 37 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic. Eye on the Hill 2024. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
It's so important we keep an eye on legislation that impacts Utah families, and we do that every day right here on the Dave and Dujanovic Show. And this one I could see having a positive impact when it comes to childcare for people who are looking for places to place their children when they're at work. And right now we know we have a major deficit all across Utah with childcare. We just spoke live with Representative Susan Pulsifer. And what was your main takeaway when it came to the childcare component, Dave, of her legislation?
Number one, that it gives some flexibility. And I think as we look across Utah, and I'm sure you've experienced this, I have, we have all been in scramble mode where you're trying to find who can look after my kids. Maybe it's just for a few hours after school. Maybe it's while I go to work. And we have used friends, family, neighbors. We've used everything. And I'll tell you, not once have I gone through to my neighbor and said, hey, will you watch my kids and show me your license?
If you're not up to speed on what her legislation says and is being debated on Capitol Hill today about its expansion from 6 to 8 spots in an unlicensed daycare facility. It would require unlicensed daycare providers to do a background check, something she says is not required right now.
Many people who would opt to do unlicensed childcare may not want to go to the full 8. What I see that as is just an option for maybe a more unusual circumstance. And so what I mean by that is, say you have 2 children, and so that would give you the option to have 8. And maybe you only have 4, but those 4 children are 2 families, and they each have 1 or 2 children that go to school, and they just need a spot to come after school. So these would be older children.
Which makes sense to a lot of families.
Jen Williams joins us right now from Voices for Utah Children. She's a policy analyst there. And Jen, thank you for joining us. What are your concerns about this bill?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. We originally were very supportive of this bill, as it was originally just a child tax credit bill. But then it was hijacked by some dangerous child care licensing changes that we don't really feel mesh with the original intent of the bill. So increasing the number of children an unlicensed provider can care for in their home from 6 to 8 for pay without a home inspection or safety training is something that we just find to be really dangerous and puts more children in those potentially dangerous situations. And it's just really not a best practice for child safety.
Now, Representative Pulsifer said it would require background checks, which is something that people are doing now with regarding unlicensed child care. They're doing it without a background check right now. So is that a step in the right direction? They would at least have to go through a background check?
Yes, definitely a step in the right direction. The original substitute did not include any background check requirements, so we are happy to see that included. Our only concern, though, is that it's not totally enforceable. You know, there's a lot of people already operating unlicensed. How are we going to get those people certified? And then what's the oversight and the enforcement in checking those background checks, making sure people are operating if they, not operating if they have been denied, or, what is really the process of enforceability going to look like, especially when, these people are fully unlicensed, they are not operating above ground. Like, we don't know who they are. We don't have data on them. It's just a really difficult population to capture.
What do you mean by we're putting our kids in dangerous situations?
Well, this change would actually solidify Utah's place as the second worst state nationally in this aspect, with only South Dakota allowing unregulated care for more than 6 children. So this is really not seen as a best practice when it comes to childcare safety and appropriate ratios for caregivers and kids. This also means that Because there's no formal oversight of informal child care providers, low-level incidents may go unreported, which can hinder early detection of potential risks. These providers don't get basic safety training, CPR, first aid. These are just things that we think that if you're taking care of that many children for pay, you should have some formal training.
I want you to talk a little bit in just a moment about that report that you issued regarding, or that your organization issued, Jenna, about the child care crisis that we're in. But just want to remind our listeners, Jenna Williams live on the line with us. She's with Voices for Utah Children. She's a policy analyst, and we're talking about a new policy that lawmakers are debating today on Capitol Hill that would expand the number of child care spots that an unlicensed daycare provider could have. They could move it from 6 to 8. But your organization issued a report, and I'm trying to find my notes on it real quickly. So stand by. Here, I got them. Okay. There's this recent report that showed that we only have sufficient space in this state for 36% of all children under 6 whose parents work. Mm-hmm. And that is a Voices for Utah Children report. So this, to me, would kind of help solve that. So why come out opposed to it?
Yeah, so there's actually no evidence that allowing unlicensed providers to care for more children will increase child care capacity. We actually think it might have the opposite effect, with people lowering their capacity and then avoiding licensure. So that would actually decrease the supply of child care capacity. We have a lot of bills that we do support that we think are really positive and will push forward with increasing that access and making childcare more affordable. This is not one of them. This is not supported by the childcare community. We had a lot of childcare providers testify against this bill today. Not one of them was in support. So this is just not one of our priorities, and we don't see it actually fixing the problem.
What's the pathway, and how difficult is it to get licensed?
It's not super difficult to get licensed. There's a training component, there's the background checks, and then there's, a safety inspection of your home. Really, probably one of the biggest stumbling blocks, if we did want to make it easier to get licensed, would be to align city and state regulations when it comes to childcare. Sometimes those city level burdens can be a lot more of a problem than some of this small licensure changes. So it's definitely not too difficult, but we do think it's kind of the bare minimum to make sure that kids are safe in care. How
much does it cost?
I believe a background check is $62, and then a certificate fee is $62. Background check is $20. A fingerprint is $33, and then a business license, which would be with your city or municipality, is going to widely range. So in Clearfield, for example, it's $2,500 for a business license.
Okay. Jenna Williams, just before we let you go, I just had one quick point that I wanted to follow up with you about. She's with Voices for Utah Children, live on the line with us. You mentioned something that actually did concern me. A few things that you've said concern me, but the idea that your organization is concerned that licensed daycare providers may reduce the number of children that they have just so they can go unlicensed. Have you seen examples or proof of that happening?
They just they increased the number of children that providers who are unlicensed could watch last year. And so that's another concern we have, is that, we just increased the number from 4 to 6. Now this bill would make it go from 6 to 8. And we haven't had time to see how that's playing out and what the impact is. But as many as 200 home providers right now do have capacity for 8 children. And so they could drop their licenses if they wanted to, moving forward. So it's difficult to track unlicensed care. There's always the argument that this is going to increase capacity, but we don't have any evidence for that. We don't have any data gathering. So that's one of our main concerns for sure.
Jenna Williams, thank you for joining us from Voices for Utah Children.
What are your final thoughts on this, Dave, as we continue to track what happens on Capitol Hill throughout the day?
I think parents are scrambling, trying to find daycare, and affordable daycare. And when there are regulations in place, it just makes it more difficult. It makes it more costly. So I can see why people would want to go the unlicensed route. I think ultimately parents are going to decide what the best situation is for their kids. I'm sure there's unlicensed folks that are absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure there's licensed providers that I would never send my kids to. Just because you're licensed does not guarantee that you do a good job. It does put some guardrails in place, though.
Yeah. We'll follow it. I'm curious to see what happens on Capitol Hill with that legislation today. Straight ahead, Jay Evenson, opinion editor for the Deseret News, wonders why Congress is so willing to call out social media companies.
Mr. Zuckerberg, you and the companies before us, I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands. You have a product.
For not protecting society and children against the evils of social media, but they're not doing that much about the billions of dollars getting lost year after year to online gambling.
It's 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bonas. KSL's top story this hour. A federal judge is blocking an Ohio law that requires social media to use age verification. Utah has a very similar law that's just months away from taking effect. Utah Governor Spencer Cox has been taking aim at social media companies.
We will not stand by while these companies fail to take adequate, meaningful action to protect our children.
The same group that sued Ohio in the first place has also sued Utah with the same argument that the Utah law impedes free speech. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. The Senate has passed a bill that would aid Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, but its future is unclear in the House. After the vote, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the original bipartisan bill was a good compromise.
Democrats were willing to support a bill supported by the Border Patrol Union, which is very much a Republican organization.
The House Speaker Mike Johnson argued the Senate bill doesn't do enough on immigration. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average sliding down on the day, 482 points right now. The NASDAQ is down 239. We'll see some clouds, but no rain the next couple of days. KSL weather's next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
It's a priority for us at this station to bring you all sides of a story and to talk about the news fairly, completely.
Get all the facts and be really aware. Utah's Morning News with us, Tim and Amanda.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues, and all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Jeff Kaplan here. Every once in a while I do my show from home, and you probably wouldn't be able to tell. I'm on KSL and sending video to the internet all at the same time because I have Xfinity Wi-Fi. It's pretty amazing because at the same time my wife's streaming a movie, grandkids come over, one's watching YouTube, two are playing Minecraft, and others watching a flick, all while Grandma says, "Shh, Papa's on the air." We run all these devices, and I do a show thanks to my reliable, fast connection. Xfinity Wi-Fi is a game changer. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gigabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day?
Right now, Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Aubrey Withridge.
We do have a crash right now. This is a pretty big crash. It's if you're traveling westbound on 215, trying to get onto I-15 northbound. This is on the south interchange. The on-ramp there is closed right now, so you won't be able to get off of 215 and get onto northbound I-15. So just watch out for that there and plan to take an alternate route. But I-15 itself from Spanish Fork all the way up to Willard Bay is moving right along with no delays there. And other than the on-ramp being closed, 215 is moving at good speeds east and west side belt. Imagine pop, rock, and jazz hits with the full power of the Utah Symphony. Get your tickets at utahsymphony.org/pops. I'm Aubrey Withridge in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather. Clouds will build up over northern Utah today. A small storm expected on Thursday morning. Right now, 39 degrees and sunny. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Jay Evenson poses an excellent scenario and question in his latest opinion piece in the Deseret News. And let me just tee it up this way. He talks about Utah lawmakers, members of Congress being laser focused on social media and how it impacts all of us, parents, teens, all of us. But what are they doing about the billions of dollars Americans are mindlessly gambling away, online, offline, waiting in a long line to bet on the Super Bowl? They're clearly going after social media companies for all of the ills they're causing us.
Mr. Zuckerberg, you and the companies before us, I know you don't mean it to be so, but you have blood on your hands. You have a product. You have a product that's killing people.
I'm looking at the gambling world right now. It is so ubiquitous. It is everywhere. It is in every stadium. It's in every hallway. It is a multi-billion-dollar business. And sports, which for so long, Major League Baseball, NBA, have long put up the full stop. Like, we are not going to be associated, anything to do with gambling. They are just welcoming it in right now.
As I sat down to watch the Super Bowl just the other night, Jay, one of the first commercials I happened to see when I finally figured out how to work the stream was an online gambling commercial. And I was shocked that I was seeing this just before the biggest game ever in the NFL. Literally the biggest game ever in the NFL in terms of viewership.
I was struck.
Sorry, we're missing.
We're trying to get your microphone working there. Go there. Hi, Jay.
I was struck just by the fact that the game was in Las Vegas. Now, I was a reporter in Las Vegas back in the 1980s. And you go into a sports book there, and the NFL wouldn't even allow the logos of the teams to be used in their sports books. And in fact, in my column, I quote a lawyer for the NFL. This is in 2012, who says that they would never allow gambling on NFL games because, quote, it would negatively impact our long-term relationship with our fans, negatively impact the perception of our sport across the country. And you look where we are today. And Dave, you were absolutely right. We are awash in gambling in this country, and sports betting is leading the way ever since a 2018 Supreme Court decision allowed states to do it. But lotteries, casinos, it's amazing, and we have no idea what the social costs are of this.
One of the things that stands out to me, and where I will point a finger and say, you know who's to blame, and before you laugh, it's fantasy football. Fantasy football,
it's the gateway,
completely changed the way we look at gambling because, in all honesty, anyone that's been in a fantasy football league, there is a level of skill of selecting the right players, and all of a sudden, the most knowledgeable and best fantasy football players were winning their league year in and year out. Well, Las Vegas saw that, and there became a market for that, and now all of a sudden you have what no longer is a game of chance, but is a game of skill, and they've built a lot of this gambling around this idea that, it's no longer a game of chance, this is a skill.
But so when you talk about the statistics, there are some rather alarming trends, and you go to addictions.com and they say 75% of college students, and it's mostly males, have gambled, made some type of a bet within the last year on an online site. And these are the formative years for the brain, right? Until you're 25, your mind's not fully developed, and they're training themselves to gamble. And in some cases, they're gambling away their student loans. They're gambling money they don't have and getting into trouble. We don't know. Now, you look up statistics, and it says about 1 to 2% of gamblers become, quote, problem gamblers. Those are old figures, and anecdotally, the centers that deal with gambling addictions say they've had a tripling or more of calls in the last couple of years.
You can have it on your phone.
You can have it on your phone, and you can make wagers within the game. You can say, do I think Kansas City is going to punt on this drive? And you wager on that, or on what type. Is it going to be a passing play or a running play? It just never ends.
We're talking to Jay Evenson. He's opinion editor of the Deseret News. You can find his opinion pieces at Deseret.com. Super Bowl gambling, why Utah shouldn't legalize gambling. So let's go there. In fact, we had Representative Kira Birkeland call us on another piece of legislation she was sponsoring and said this about a state lottery, kind of out of the blue at us.
I'm going to make a quick pitch that if we're trying to figure out how to renew the revenue lost from eliminating the state income tax, we could always look at the lottery.
Okay, and lawmakers are kind of dancing around the idea, but they're not fully on board with it. I don't think it really stands a chance up on Capitol Hill.
No.
But what did you find in your research?
There is actually data on this, and lotteries are not living up to their promises. The Washington Post did a really good piece fairly recently and said lotteries were promised as the way to solve our education problems and provide money for schools. And yet in states that have lotteries, their schools are still cash-starved. And in a lot of cases, lawmakers just simply don't provide the funding that they normally would have from property taxes or income taxes and rely on lotteries instead. The problem there is that then states really want people to gamble, and so there's a lot of billboards and commercials and advertisements luring people to gamble, the state-sponsored advertisements. To me, this is distorting the relationship between taxpayers and their government. We elect representatives, they look at the overall budget, they try to decide what's reasonable, and we pay taxes expecting things in return. And instead, this is saying, you're going to make it rich by supporting the state, or you possibly could. And it affects the poor way disproportionately. And there have been studies that show this. It's really incontrovertible evidence, and I think it's the wrong way to go.
Jay Evenson, thank you for joining us, opinion editor for Deseret News.
Jay, can we get you to stick around?
You bet.
Yeah, okay, because we want to. Every time you're here, we take live phone calls. The phone lines light up, so you're our good luck charm.
Oh, thank you.
We want to bet on you that you're going to inspire people to call in. Let's ask the question: do you support a lottery in Utah? Simple question. maybe more complicated answer. 801-575-TALK. Do you support a lottery in Utah? Your live calls next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave and Debbie go out of their way to make sure you hear all sides of a story.
They're working the phones to get several viewpoints on for you.
Hi, it's Tim and Amanda. We get you the full story, too.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Whenever anything goes wrong in my house, it's never in working hours. It's never 9 to 5. It's always outside of that. So if you ever have an electrical problem that happens and it's an emergency, make sure you give Master Electrical a call.
Dave and I have met with one of the owners of Master Electrical, and he just always talks about how important customer service is to him and to his experts who work for him. Their pricing system simply will not allow an upcharge, and that is also due to the fact that they have this upfront pricing guarantee. So when they walk through the door and they look at the project that you need to have done, they give you that upfront pricing guarantee, and that's the price you pay when the job is done, Dave.
How refreshing would that be? Yeah. No surprises on your invoice. I love that. And they do everything: lights, ceiling fans, smoke detectors, generators, batteries, EV charger installs from the ground up. They can do everything.
So give them a call today, 801-543-2222. Again, give Master Electrical a call now. Get those jobs done. 801-543-2222.
Or online at masterelectrical.com.
With interest rates coming back down, I bet the real estate market will pick back up in 2024. We're already seeing that, Tim.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter how the market is doing when you have the right team. So if you're looking to sell your house, now you want to downsize or you need more space, you need the Stern team.
The Stern team has taught us, I can think of a handful of things that I would worry about if I was buying or selling, but there are 100 details that are involved in selling a home, and they have lots of people that are handling every detail so nothing falls through the cracks.
And they have so many different options. I mean, I worked with Cammie there at the Stern team, and she was awesome. But if you need an instant cash offer, you can do that. If you need to buy before you sell, you can do that. They have flexible fees.
They also have people that they represent that are looking to buy a home, so maybe they can make that perfect connection within the Stern team.
So don't put off selling your house or buying a house because you think the market isn't just right. The market is right with the Stern team.
Go online to sternteam.com or just Google the Stern team.
The Utah Department of Health and Human Services wants to make sure people in Utah can live safe and healthy lives. To do that, they need to understand which services people can access in their communities and what barriers they face to accessing services where they live. For this survey, they want to hear from people in Utah, specifically people older than 60, adults with disabilities of any kind, or caregivers and service providers of older people or adults with a disability. The results will be sent to the Division of Aging and Adult Services so they can better meet the needs of people across the state of Utah. Take this survey at utahcommunitysurvey.com or by calling 800-293-1538, extension 1610. All information will remain anonymous. Again, that's utahcommunitysurvey.com or 800-293-1538, extension 1610. 800-293-1538, extension 1610.
If you've ever experienced running out of hot water before your shower was done or hard water spots on dishes and fixtures, I've got a deal you might be interested in. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you probably already know that a tankless water heater and a water softener solve both issues. If you've ever thought about looking into getting a tankless water heater, here's the deal I was talking about. Through the end of February, we're including a free water softener with every new tankless water heater we install. The best part of this deal might be that you never have to worry about being the last one to the shower again, or that you don't have to waste the money keeping 40 to 50 gallons of water hot 24/7. To take advantage of this deal, call Any Hour Services before the end of February. The visit's free and there's no obligation to buy. If you decide to have us install a new tankless water heater, we'll throw in the water softener for free. That's right, a free water softener when you purchase a tankless water heater. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now for all the details. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, a judge in Ohio has put that state's social media law on hold. Utah has a similar law that requires age verification. Second, workers of the Winco store in South Salt Lake now represented by the Teamsters Union. And third, a compromise bill on aid to Ukraine and Israel passed the Senate. Its future in the House is uncertain. Right now, 39 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
We're taking your live phone calls in just a moment. We're also live with Jay Evenson, who's the opinion editor of the Deseret News, who wrote about gambling and why Utah shouldn't legalize gambling. Representative Kira Birkeland, when she called the show, just a couple of weeks ago on another piece of legislation, kind of floated this one by Dave and I. We're like, what?
I'm going to make a quick pitch that if we're trying to figure out how to renew the revenue lost from eliminating the state income tax, we could always look at the lottery.
It's a temptation. The lottery is a temptation because a lot of money is spent on it. A lot of focus has been made over the years of, we're just driving up to Idaho to buy our lottery tickets. Why don't we just do them here? We could benefit our schools. I see the temptation, but Jay Evenson, who joins us from the Deseret News, we've seen a lot of research done on this. Yeah. And the promises that the lottery brings, again, there's always really lofty promises. They don't play out that way.
The promises don't play out, and it's disproportionately poor people who buy the tickets. And we're in a place this year where we could eliminate the state sales tax on food to help low-income people. And it would be ironic to impose a lottery that preys on the poor people more in order to fund our government.
Live on the line now, Mick from Harriman, for or against a lottery in Utah. Hi, Mick. Oh,
we lose you?
Oh, our producer took notes. Said Mick from Harriman is for it, but he dropped. So let's go to line one. Bryce from Springville.
Excellent.
Hi, Bryce.
Hi, I am definitely against it, but I do have a problem. I'm a Lotto Day Saint. Occasionally, I'll buy about 12 a year, and my understanding is if you buy a lottery ticket in Arizona, Wyoming, or wherever, you have to pay the state tax you win it in, and even though Utah doesn't believe in it, they will be glad to tax you because of your winnings, and you have to pay two states, and therefore you lose 60% of your intake.
Oh.
Now, if they don't believe in it, they shouldn't have their hand in the pie.
Well, then why in the world am I pulling a slot machine hoping for the best in Las Vegas when I walk by one if I have to pay all of these taxes? Do you know anything about that, Jay?
No, other than it is earnings, and I suppose that you have to be taxed on that.
Yeah. It would, and I do think they collect it basically right there on the spot. I'm going to guess for Nevada. Yes. I don't think they 1099 you for that, but I could be wrong. You could clearly tell I've never won much at all. Nothing more than a $250 jackpot in Vegas.
Which in general, taxing gambling earnings is a head scratcher because they don't let me deduct any losses. Anytime I lose, which one is it? You don't let me deduct losses. I will pay you all you want in my winnings.
On our KSL text line at 57500, Jay, this listener says, I support a lottery as long as the profits go toward education and homeless or low-income issues. I want to focus on the education component of this because when I grew up in Arizona, and I've said it many times on this show, the lottery started in the early 1980s, I want to say 1981, and there was the scratch-off tickets, and then it eventually morphed kind of in short order to the lotto drawing every Saturday night. And there was a distinct promise that the money would go toward education. Yeah. I did some follow-up on that not too long ago. I think it was about a week and a half ago when Dave was on a sick day. And I was co-anchoring the show with Taylor Morgan, and we were talking about this. And I looked it up, and it's really hard. And the Arizona Republic tried to track the funding from lottery profits and where it went once it got into state coffers, and it goes into the general fund. Yeah. Much of it. Some of it does go to projects here and there, but much of it goes into the general fund, and then it gets dispersed from there. It is really hard to track dollars once they end up in the big dump of the general fund.
Right, and a lot of states are still suffering from a lack of money for education. And what happens often is lawmakers will then reduce the taxes for education that they were paying before the lottery and just rely on that lottery money only, which means then that the state has an incentive to lure you to play the lottery. So it hasn't lived up to its promises. It's not the answer to solving education funding in Utah.
Well, and one thing that never gets advertised when it comes to the lottery, I'm looking at an article from Fox 61 in Washington, and they were talking about this $1 billion jackpot. So a $1.06 billion jackpot that was won. And they were calculating between taxes, between cash payouts, what the real take-home money is. $424 million. Now, I think the three of us could probably live just fine off $424 million. But the marketing, again, is a $1 billion jackpot.
Yeah.
And then you start playing that out with the smaller lotteries that are out there. It just goes to show you that a lot of this is marketing. It's advertising. Yes. You're not actually becoming a billionaire.
And again, the lottery advertising is exempt from truth in advertising laws through the Federal Trade Commission.
What does that mean?
Well, that means they can
say what they want.
Pretty much say what they want. They can exaggerate and promise and
yeah. And then in the very small one-size font at the bottom of the commercial, it shows that this jackpot will be reduced after multiple taxes to less than $400,000 or whatever,
right.
$400 million. I wanted to speak for a moment to this. I grew up. I was at 81. I was 14 years old when the lottery came to Arizona, and I grew up surrounded by opportunities to play the lottery. Okay, every single convenience store sold the lottery tickets. And I grew up and I moved away from Arizona in my 20s. So I definitely had time in those years to go buy them on my own. And I was dead broke. So I might have been in the mindset to be like, hey, I'm just going to swing into the Circle K here. I'm going to grab myself a lottery ticket. I'm going to get out of this jam I'm in financially because I'm going to hit the jackpot. And I could have done that every single week until I moved away. And I moved to Utah. There's no legalized gambling, and there's no lottery. I have not missed it at all, nor when I was there did I play it that often. I mean, honestly, it would be like, maybe I'm getting a soda once a year. And I'm like, no, it's my birthday. I'm going to buy myself a lottery ticket. And I'd scratch it off and be a big loser. I'd win $2, and it wouldn't even be worth cashing in, kind of a thing. I think we tend to want what we don't have. In my experience growing up, surrounded by opportunities to play the lottery literally 24/7, it did not do a thing for me. I moved away. I don't miss it. I hardly played it when I was there. I think the idea that we want something that we don't have, it's just typical of how we function and think as humans. But even when the lottery hits, $400 billion, and it's a 2-hour drive to Malad, Idaho, it's so rare that I make that drive. It's more common I would make that drive for when I was in television news covering this story of all the Utahns driving up there, that I would go there. But I would never go there on my own, Jay.
Well, it's because in the back of your mind you understand the odds are astronomically against you. The other argument you always hear is that, gambling is going on anyway, and we're just going to legalize it, and then we're going to control it. But you can show that where you legalize it and begin advertising it, then people are introduced to gambling who otherwise would never think of it, and then you have an increase in gambling addictions and those kinds of problems.
Yeah, sports gambling, it is the hottest ticket in town. It is becoming absolutely has taken the sports world like a wildfire.
Dave, can you take us back in the next 60 seconds or so when your dad played in the MLB and he played with Pete Rose, and compare that situation with Pete Rose's gambling to today?
Yeah, my dad was playing for the Reds back in the late 60s and early 70s. Pete Rose was his roommate.
Okay.
And so he knew Pete very well. Pete was great to our family. Pete was fantastic. Pete had a gambling issue all the way back then. And when he got booted out of baseball, got banned from the Hall of Fame, I thought, I got to ask my dad's opinion on this. I thought for sure Dad's going to be on Team Pete. And he said, no, he broke the cardinal rule. You can't bet on your team.
They still don't let players gamble, though, right?
Right.
And bet on their team. Yeah. But they sure have opened up the doors for many, many, many people to very, very easily gamble online.
Yeah.
Wow. Great story, Dave. Thanks, Jay. Great opinion piece. You can read it at Deseret.com. Straight ahead, Senator Mitt Romney voting in favor of legislation to fund more defense money to go to Ukraine. Boyd up next with full analysis.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. Salt Lake Board of Realtors says it's a good year to be a home buyer. In their annual report, they predict mortgage rates will go down. Dawn Stevens is the board president.
The interest rates are definitely on their way down. In 2023, they hit an all-time high of 8%. So we are predicting they're probably going to be in the 6s in 2024.
She says they anticipate rates will get into the 5% range the year after that. The South Salt Lake Winco store is the first fully unionized Winco now in the country. Workers joined the Teamsters Local 222 to fight for better wages. Employees say they've fought for more than a year to get union membership. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. One person who's not worried about President Biden's age or mental acuity, Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democrats' leader in the Senate. Schumer says the president is more than capable.
I talk to President Biden, regularly, sometimes several times in a week, or usually several times in a week. His mental acuity is great. It's fine. It's as good as it's been over the years. I've been speaking to him for 30 years.
A new ABC News Ipsos poll showed that a majority of Americans surveyed feel that both Trump and Biden are too old for another term. Your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average down even further now, 503 points on the day so far. The NASDAQ is down 266. And it looks like we'll get clouds over the next couple of days, but no rain just yet. That's next. KSL News Time, 11:01.
Here's a way to get breaking news updates anywhere you go.
At the store or in a work meeting, you can get breaking news on your phone.
You can quickly read it, swipe, or click for more. It's super discreet, super fast.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Maybe Washington didn't ski. Maybe Lincoln didn't shred. Okay, could be, but I know they'd have no objections to you taking a run in their honor. So get ready. President's Weekend at Bear Lake is simply the best of Utah and the best place to celebrate our president's big days. You'll uncover 3 of the most beautiful cross-country and snowshoeing trails in Utah, or jump into a snowmobile and catch some awesome trails and over 350 miles of backcountry snowmobiling. No matter how you like your winter sports, Bear Lake is ready, and President's Weekend is the perfect time to celebrate. So pack up the family and play your way. And when you choose President's Day to play in the snow, you'll find family-friendly getaway and lodging deals, too. Start at bearlake.org and learn more about President's Day at Bear Lake. bearlake.org. Lodging, activities, family events, even ice fishing. It's winter at its best, all at Bear Lake. Visit bearlake.org for details. bearlake.org.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I lost 34 pounds on the SOTA weight loss program, SOTAweightloss.com. And I had done other programs before, but I always just felt like I was sort of on a conveyor belt here. Eat these frozen meals, come back next week, eat these frozen meals. Yeah. And I thought, if I'm going to do this one more time and it's going to last for the rest of my life, I need somebody to know I have unique challenges. I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I need to eat at different times of day. I need energy for that. How are you going to help me with that? And the soda nutritionist figured it out.
That is the difference maker. And not just while you're trying to reach your goal weight, but even after you reach your weight, they treat you like a person.
If you are serious about getting healthy and you're ready for a program that treats you like a person and not a number, you're ready for Soda Weight Loss.
Boy, we can all relate to that,
Yes.
can't we? My daughter lost 42 pounds, and we know they can help you too. If you have struggled with weight loss in the past, end that struggle today. Go to sodaweightloss.com, spelled SOTA, stands for state of the
art.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
We do have a crash, I-80 at 7200 West, and a ramp closure due to an accident. This is westbound on I-215 South Belt to go northbound I-15. Call 8660-RES and say you want the KSL special. $33 per room cleaned and $50 off air duct cleaning. 0-RES. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
And our KSL weather, clouds building up over northern Utah today with a small storm expected on Thursday morning. Right now we're at 41 degrees with sunny skies. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Replace your windows and doors without the hassle or baloney. Call Window World of Utah today.
Dave and Dujanovic have inside sources.
The Senate's passed a total of a $94 billion aid package. Now, as part of that piece, $61 billion of it in economic and military assistance for Ukraine. Senator Mitt Romney took to the floor just before the vote.
The most important vote we will ever take as United States senators. We're not being asked to send American troops into war. We are asked to help the Ukrainians defend themselves.
It's a proxy war. I mean, we are sending money, armaments, intelligence to fight the Russians. And the fact that we don't risk American lives makes it more palatable. But we can't forget there are hundreds of thousands of people that have died in this war on both sides. And it is ugly, and it is brutal, and it is devastating to this. And the one thing I am a little nervous with is that this conversation is starting to become so political that we're forgetting that there's people dying every day over there.
Boyd Matheson of Inside Sources joining us every day at 11:05 with his inside analysis. What's your take on the fact this passes with flying colors? Looks like it happened early this morning. I was asleep.
What?
I know, right? 70 in favor, 29 opposed. Romney votes in favor. Senator Mike Lee votes against it. There you go, Boyd.
Let's break it down.
Let's break it down what all this means and where it'll go from here.
Yeah, and so I think there's some interesting things under the headlines of all of this. So it was a bipartisan vote, to be sure. There's some interesting ways to look at what actually took place. I think where most of the senators who voted against it had a problem was that there was no process in terms of amendments and opportunities to change. And because of that, there were actually 3 Democrats who voted against this, because they had problems with a blank check going to Israel, not to Ukraine. Remember, that was part of this package. So you had 3 Democrats voted against it. You actually had the majority of Republicans voted against the bill. So it was a minority, including some from leadership, who were part of that group that voted against it. So some interesting things under the headlines there to take a look at. But I think bringing it full circle to Dave's point, I think most people are complaining about the process of this, that there was no chance to really check it. And let me tell you what I mean by that. So when you look at funding going to Ukraine, I think there were a number of senators who want to support Ukraine, saying we should only be sending them hard material, bombs, guns, bullets, tanks, that kind of stuff. We shouldn't be sending economic aid packages. Let Europe do that. They're closer to that situation. Plus, there's been a history of where that money goes in terms of what gets dumped into a government there in Ukraine. Remember, Vladimir Zelensky struggled early on with the deep, deep corruption that was going on inside the government. So he's had his hands full with just rooting out all of the corruption in his own government. So that's an interesting thing to have a debate about. And to me, that's why I think you still have some voting against, not necessarily because they don't want to support Ukraine, but they're saying we shouldn't do this economic side. Let's do things that actually would be very beneficial to the United States, because guns, bombs, tanks, those will all be manufactured in the United States by U.S. workers, would actually help the U.S. replenish some of our own armament that has been depleted over the last couple of years.
I was listening on X yesterday when Senators Ron Johnson, J.D. Vance, and Mike Lee joined Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, David Sachs. Anyway, they were having this roundtable, and they were describing Ukraine. And early on, when the Ukrainian war began, we were following it so closely. We had live pictures. We were watching. We knew about the convoy to Kiev and how they were battling and installed. We knew all these stories. It's been 2 years. So much has happened. We hardly ever talk about it anymore. And so I didn't know exactly how's the progress. What's happening there in Ukraine? And we know that for the past year, the counteroffensive has been an utter failure. It hasn't been effective at all. So what does the next, few months, next year, next several years look like?
Yeah, and it is. One, it's easy. We lose our attention so fast here in the United States because it's pretty safe here.
and Vladimir Putin was probably counting on this.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Vladimir Putin has been counting on from day one that the West would lose interest in this and become fatigued and tired and look for some kind of settlement for sure. I think one of the interesting things to look at when you talk about those counteroffensive not working, a counteroffensive is the most difficult thing. All of the military experts that I've talked to in D.C. say that one thing that Putin is really good at is all of the things that just hold the line. So the Ukrainians are having to spend days and days and days to get 6 feet because of trenches, because of cement barriers, because of landmines. They're having to clear all of those out. And so it's very hard. So the thing that we haven't done, and this is where the slow walk, both by not getting this aid package done, Senator Romney's right on that, and the Biden administration, remember, slow walking the delivery of what was actually approved by Congress. The Biden administration was so slow getting the actual munitions to them that all they could do is fight 6 inches and 6 feet at a time. Yet that's tough slog. What they really need is the kinds of weapons that you can do the longer range, so then you can soften up what's behind those lines, and then when you punch through, you can actually get some momentum. But right now, it's like World War I style. It is an inch and a foot and a couple of meters at a time, and so we shouldn't be surprised that there hasn't been great progress, and part of that is they're not getting exactly what they need to win. One thing to have what you need to fight the fight and keep a stalemate going. It's a completely different animal to actually try to win.
If you're just joining us, Boyd's in studio with us talking about this legislation that got passed out of the Senate this morning. Senator Mitt Romney voting in favor of funding for Ukraine. Senator Mike Lee voting against it. Senator Romney had plenty to say before the vote.
If we fail to help Ukraine, Putin will invade a NATO nation. He may delay his next invasion until he rebuilds his decimated military. But we must be clear-eyed. Ukraine is not the end, it is a step. If we fail to help Ukraine, China will eventually absorb Taiwan. If we fail to help Ukraine, we will abandon our word and our commitment, providing to our friends a view that America cannot be trusted.
Boyd, we got 30 seconds left here. What is the House going to do with this?
So we're going to need about 2 hours. You're going to have to come back for
Well,
Inside
that's your
Sources
show.
today.
Perfect.
There are some real complicated maneuvers that could and should be done. So it's not dead on arrival. There are some avenues that could happen. We're going to have James Wallner joining us. There's actually a way that the Democrats could bring this to the floor without Speaker Johnson bringing it to the floor.
Really?
Fascinating stuff.
Okay.
So we'll get into all that with James Wallner.
Awesome.
I will say that Senator Romney got it right in terms of the message it sends to our allies and to our enemies. And to me, this is one of those classic and conversations. We can do the right thing to help Ukraine and freedom around the world, and we can do it in a way that is responsible to the American people and our own security here at home.
Boyd Matheson, thank you. Inside Sources today starts at 1.
Well, today is a decision day for people, voters in New York. Will they allow the GOP to control that seat? The George Santos I don't know how to put this, Dave.
He blew it up.
He blew it up. Remember Romney?
Look, he's a sick puppy. He shouldn't be there.
Oh, he's not there anymore. But somebody else soon will be. Will it be a Democrat or a Republican? Let's get live with News Nation next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Current events can have a lot of moving parts. Our job is to make it easy to keep up.
You're part of a bigger world, so spend 15 or 20 minutes here and be part of it.
Join us weekday mornings between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
The nationally ranked Cougars are on a roll.
Foose dives low, wait, up, and good! Drops it over the 10 for 2.
Tonight, it's BYU, UCF.
Khalifa down the lane, still gets there, and lays it up and in! He was coast to coast like buttered toast.
Pregame is at 6 and tip-off at 7. Listen tonight. BYU, UCF on Utah's legacy home of Big 12 basketball and the BYU Cougars. KSL News Radio.
Have you heard of IRS Tax Code Section 1.408A-4? It sounds complicated, but it's a simple tax law thousands of Utah families are using to lock in lower tax bills when they retire. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, and some of this money is in an IRA or 401k, it could save you tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in future tax bills. You can find out how much you could save by requesting a free and confidential retirement tax savings analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of Utah's Best of State Award. For your free retirement tax analysis, call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
Hi, Cindy Olsen here to tell you about the National Embroidery Month sale at Dave's Bernina in Provo and St. George, featuring a limited-time 48 months no-interest offer. Buy a specially priced Bernina 790 Pro or 590E machine and receive a free embroidery accessory and software gift bundle worth $3,500. Full-feature Burnett sewing machines are as low as $1,499. That includes free software, a $1,200 value. All machines are discounted, such as the Bernina 500E for $1,999 and a hot deal of $2,999 for the Bernina 700E. 25% off embroidery hoops and Bernina embroidery bundle and modules. All new Berninas come with a 5-year warranty and free classes. Hurry in for amazing bargains on previously loved machines at Dave's Bernina, 2017 North, 550 West in Provo, and 691 East St. George Boulevard.
Maybe it's because they're excited about Leap Day at the end of February. This is Jeff Kaplan. At Advanced Window Products, Leap Day means they get an extra day to build windows. But for you, it's an incredible opportunity. This month, they'll give you $2,500 off on 10 windows or more. $2,500 off on the highest quality custom window frames and double pane glass. They'll lower your energy bill and give your home an exciting new look. Any style, any color. At Advanced Window Products, you save money because they cut out the middleman. They build your windows right here in Salt Lake City. They install the windows and they guarantee them for life. So beat the rush. Once it gets warmer, their schedule backs up and you have to wait months and months for installation. So make the call and get to the head of the line. Save $2,500 and get custom precision windows built right here in Salt Lake City. Advanced Window Products offers 60-month 0% financing. You can buy now, pay later, but call now. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or visit advancedwindowsusa.com.
It's time for the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 16th through the 19th at the Mountain America Expo. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333. Give the star in your life the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Moselle with International Star Registry. For $59 and a call to 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com, you can name a star for birthdays, weddings, or even memorials. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star you name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, there is a large law enforcement presence right now out at 7200 West and Interstate 80. We're working to confirm what may be happening there, and we'll let you know as soon as we can. Second, the Teamsters Union now represents grocery store workers at the Winco store in South Salt Lake. And third, Senator Chuck Schumer says he talks with President Biden all the time. He's not worried about the president's age or memory. Right now, 41 degrees and sunny in Salt Lake City. And back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top national story.
Well, Dave and I admit it, we have never quite been this obsessed with a seat in Congress. It's like really nothing to do with Utah. But we have been just... We're on George Santos' beat, and we have been since the beginning of his lies when they started to unfold, and we have not let go, and today is no different. We've got a live report from News Nation in just a moment. Today is a big day. It's a big day because it'll determine whether the GOP, a Republican, can hold on to his seat that Liar Pants on Fire lost when he was booted out of Congress.
Yeah, there were so many things early on when we started learning about his lies. They were... Some were white lies, some were big lies. And then we started hearing about allegations of illegal criminal behavior. Yeah. And that led to indictments.
Yeah, and some of them were fine lines and wrinkles lies, like when he's accused of using campaign funds to, buy Botox like you do. Lied about his high school like you do. You're like, does anybody care where you went to high school? Lied about college, lied about where he'd worked. By the way, Dave looked into it. He's never worked at Goldman Sachs or Citigroup. And this is the one that really just was like, what in the world is going on in this man's head? Lied about his mom dying in 9/11. At the World Trade Centers, dying in 9/11. Well, he forgets his lies because a few years later he tweets out that, my mom's been gone for 5 years now or something like that. And, that was 15 years later, that she actually had died. So this is it's an unfortunate situation for Republicans in the House because the margins are so tight as they are. You never want to lose a seat, and you certainly don't want to lose a seat like this.
Yeah, and it is so close. It's such a narrow advantage for Republicans right now. Joining us right now from News Nation, Morning in America weekend anchor in Adoba. Thanks for joining us. You're in New York right now. This is the talk of the town, I'm sure.
Oh, it's also a very snowy town today, guys. There's a nor'easter hitting Nassau County. That's actually where I am in the 3rd Congressional District. You are right. This race is a nail-biter. It's within the margin of error. I'm saying I'm in Nassau County, but for today's purposes, this is ground zero for a narrowly split House. This race is so close. Now, Tom Suozzi, he is one of the candidates. He's a seasoned politician. He's actually held this seat for 6 years before an unsuccessful run for governor. He's a registered Democrat, but guys, I have to tell you, while he's been campaigning this time around, he's really seemed to distance himself from President Joe Biden. His opponent, very different from him. That she's a political newcomer. She is from Ethiopia. She served in the Israeli military, and she moved here with her husband and 7 kids. She has relentlessly been attacking Suozzi when it comes to immigration, being weak on immigration. Now, according to voters here in this district, their concerns align with a lot of other Americans. Immigration, immigration, immigration. And that's what's bringing so many voters to this special race today, to the special election, despite that nor'easter outside. And I'm not exaggerating, guys. I've covered blizzards. This probably is going to be one of the worst storms New York has seen in the last 2 years.
My goodness. Stay
so
safe.
Turnout is going to be a disaster.
That's what they're afraid of, but I have to say I'm in a polling place right now. I'm at Mineola Middle School, and they've been trickling in. We did speak to the Suozzi campaign. They think this actually may be a benefit for Suozzi because of early voting. That started about 9 days ago, and 11,000 more Democrats did take part in early voting. So they think that might give a slight advantage to Suozzi. With that said, both campaigns are offering more rides today to make sure voters get to the polls. Despite this crazy weather, volunteers are still going door to door, making sure that voters come out and, cast their vote for this very important race, like you guys mentioned, that has national implications. I also very quickly want to talk about the money pouring into this race, guys. We know the Suozzi campaign has spent close to $20.8 million on ads. Mazi Pillup, she spent about $7.2 million in ads.
Wow.
That's all those super PACs coming into this district because they are going to be looking at this race as a bellwether come November.
We're live right now with Enadoba, who's on the ground in New York covering the special election after George Santos got booted from Congress. There's a Democrat running, there's a Republican running, and we should know in the next, by tomorrow morning certainly, if the Republicans can retain that seat or if they have to hand it off to a Democrat. I'm curious, any sightings of George Santos? Like, what's become of this man? Do you have any idea, Anna?
He has said, because, he's been very popular on X. He hasn't stopped tweeting. He did say for this specific race, he was not going to take to social media. We'll see if that's true, because in the past, he's very vocal on social media. In fact, when Mayorkas wasn't impeached last week because of that narrow margin, he actually tweeted out, "Miss me yet?" And Florida Representative Matt Gaetz said on another network, "We actually miss George Santos." So that just shows how close this race is and how badly Republicans want to keep this seat in the House.
This is such an interesting district. Long Island, right?
Right.
Biden wins by 8 points in 2020, but by 2022, Santos flips that seat. So what are you hearing from the folks there? Do they hold the Republican Party responsible for George Santos, or is this guy just the renegade and they say that was just a bad apple?
You know what? That's what it seems like. We've been talking to a lot of voters coming in, and they are saying, look, we just want to moderate. We just need someone we know. But I did mention how the Pillup campaign is attacking Suozzi on being weak on immigration. The Suozzi campaign is actually comparing Pillup to George Santos, saying just like Santos, we don't know much about this candidate either. So they're certainly using those tactics about the disgraced George Santos and comparing Mazi Pillup to that as well. Just saying, listen, she hasn't been in the political game very long. We don't know what to expect from her.
And Adoba, thank you for joining us from News Nation, weekend anchor at Morning in America. Thank you for joining us.
Boy, I could sense Republicans being concerned about another newcomer. Or voters just in general being concerned about another newcomer because they didn't know. I'm not trying to compare her in any way to him, but certainly their history is like they didn't know a lot about him either, and they found out about it after the fact.
Yeah, and there was big buyer's remorse. This race has been interesting. I was reading in the New York Times today. One little story as they were campaigning, Mozzie and Swazi, she's holding a press conference outside a migrant shelter. So migration has been a huge campaigning topic between the two. So she holds this press conference outside the shelter, and Swazi sees it happening. He drives to the press conference. As soon as she wraps up, he holds his own press conference. He's like, just what you heard her say. That's like
amazing.
This sounds like just a wild campaign, and to see who actually ends up being victorious in this huge snowstorm, this huge nor'easter.
Yeah, might certainly impact turnout. We do know that George Santos still faces a slew of federal charges. Of course, we're going to continue to follow that. But that's a story for another day. Right now, the story at hand is whether the GOP, the Republican Party, can hold on to the seat. He blew it for them. He blew it for them. That seat is on the line today. We're going to have full and complete coverage of the results tomorrow right here on the Dave and Dujanovic Show. Next, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Dave panics. Eyes get big. He's starting to sweat. But we want to make sure Cupid doesn't distract you from your partner's secret financial troubles. What is this song? Who picks our music? How come Jeff Kaplan? How does Jeff Kaplan get all the good music?
It's 11:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour, and we have breaking news. We have reports of a Utah Highway Patrol trooper being injured in an accident or another incident at 7200 West and Interstate 80. We don't have a lot of detail on that yet, but we will let you know as soon as we have more information confirmed. Ogden City just broke ground on the Wonder Block project that's been years in the making. Managing Director Brock Loomis tells us what the finished product will look like.
Very pedestrian friendly, and to give people kind of that walkable community where they can live, work, eat, people can come stay.
It's part of a larger plan to revitalize areas of downtown Ogden. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Valentine's Day tomorrow, more than $2.5 billion will be spent on flowers, but ABC's Jim Ryan has a word of caution.
Some flowers can be hazardous to pets. Lilies, daffodils, tulips, and daisies all are toxic to dogs and cats if they're eaten. Water drunk from a vase of lilies can throw a cat into kidney failure. A chain of pet clinics in Great Britain saw a 60% rise in flower-related emergencies last February.
And your money at this moment, the Dow Jones average with a big slide right now, 544 points down on the day, about 1.4%. The NASDAQ is down 258 points right now, about 1.6%. And our KSL weather, just clouds moving in. That's next. KSL News time is 11:32.
News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio. With interest rates coming back down, I bet the real estate market will pick back up in 2024. We're already seeing that, Tim.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter how the market is doing when you have the right team. So if you're looking to sell your house, now you want to downsize or you need more space, you need the Stern team.
The Stern team has taught us, I can think of a handful of things that I would worry about if I was buying or selling, but there are 100 details that are involved in selling a home, and they have lots of people that are handling every detail so nothing falls through the cracks.
And they have so many different options. I mean, I worked with Cammie there at the Stern team, and she was awesome. But if you need an instant cash offer, you can do that. If you need to buy before you sell, you can do that. They have flexible fees.
They also have people that they represent that are looking to buy a home, so maybe they can make that perfect connection within the Stern team.
So don't put off selling your house or buying a house because you think the market isn't just right. The market is right with the Stern team.
Go online to sternteam.com or just Google the Stern team.
At Shane Company, we believe we're all made to shine. This Valentine's Day, celebrate the love of your life, your best friend, or your best self with unique fine jewelry from Shane Company. We're passionate about sourcing the most beautiful and vibrant gemstones from around the world, so everyone can shine bright. We take the time to ensure each piece of jewelry is expertly crafted, so it can be treasured forever. Visit Shane Company and discover Valentine's Day gifts for everyone, your new crush or your soulmate. Let them know how much you care with fine jewelry designed by us, guaranteed for life, for free. Radiant red rubies, pink sapphires, diamond hearts, gorgeous jewelry with all the colors and symbols of love. This Valentine's Day, give a necklace with a gemstone as special as your love, a gold ring engraved with a date you'll never forget, earrings that make their eyes sparkle. Give a gift that was made to shine. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
The life of a small business owner. Keeping the lights on, calling all the shots. And then there's workplace accidents. 500-degree ovens, rusty nails. Danger lurks around every corner. Workplace accidents can happen, but there is an easy way to keep your employees covered. Talk to your agent about workers' comp coverage from Pi, or go to piinsurance.com and get a quote. Safety first, then Pi Insurance. Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? It's natural to think of this as being your money, right? But remember, you still have to pay taxes when you withdraw this money in retirement. And you could be paying a lot more in taxes on these accounts than you know. A lot more. Learn the strategies that can help you reduce or eliminate your taxes in retirement. Don't miss a special edition of Retirement Solutions Radio this Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, right here on KSL News Radio 1027.
Dave and Dujanovic here. You hear us every weekday on KSL from 9 to noon.
But have you listened to our podcast?
We're running a secret contest just for podcast listeners.
You could win a new pair of AirPod Pros every week in February just for listening.
Here's how you do it. Find our show on KSLpodcast.com
or wherever you listen to podcasts and listen for the keywords.
When you hear one, text it to 57500 and you'll be in to win.
That's it. We'll see you on our podcast, Dave and Dujanovic with KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
We do have crews on the scene of this crash affecting the on and off ramps eastbound I-80 to southbound 7200 West. And UDOT is stating that is not expected to be completely cleared until 2:45 this afternoon. Common Spirit hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced health care in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
And our KSL weather, clouds building up over northern Utah today with a small storm expected on Thursday. Right now, we're at 43 degrees and partly cloudy. I'm Dan Bomas from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
I want to get to some breaking news out west off I-80, and that's where Hugo Ricard Bell is standing by live. Hugo, what can you tell us?
So, Debbie, there are a lot of unanswered questions right now, but I'm on the overpass at the 7200 West exit on the I-80, where what we're hearing is there's an incident that's involved a Utah Highway Patrol officer. We're unsure exactly what that incident looks like. We're hearing on scanner traffic that it could have been involving a car accident. He's injured. He's been taken to hospital in Salt Lake City right now. Police have just come up and told me that they're going to be answering all of these questions in the next 10 minutes, so we will have more information now. But what I can tell you is this is a huge police presence. I'm counting at least 15, maybe even 16 to 20 police vehicles here, all with their flashing lights, their highway patrol, Salt Lake City PD, even UTA police. So whatever's happened, it must be quite serious, and we'll bring you details as soon as we know in the noon hour.
Thank you. Hugo Ricard Bell will continue this reporting and covering it for us. Thanks, Hugo.
Ricky Meese in our traffic center just reporting a few minutes ago to avoid that area because it sounds like it will be closed until mid-afternoon. We will follow the latest. Maria will have the latest. during her newscast, as well as Boyd, and then into Jeff Kaplan's afternoon news as well. So keep it right here, and we'll keep you up to date. And as soon as Hugo knows more, we'll ask him to jump back on the air with us as well.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
You know, we were talking to Ted Rossman of Bankrate about financial infidelity in marriages and relationships, just any type of live-in relationships. And he told us when we had this conversation with us yesterday, Dave, that 42% of couples find themselves in a situation where their loved one, the person they love most in the world, has cheated on them financially.
Sometimes you do hear sad stories, sometimes relating to addiction or things like that. Sometimes people have run up substantial amounts of secret debt. I really do think that the best approach is to just be honest and communicative, even if there's something in your past that you're not really proud of, like you spent too much or you took on too much debt or whatever it is. I do think people are mostly forgiving and you want to work together on it. What's harmful, though, is when the secret festers for a long time and then the other person's wondering.
So my question for you, Deb, what qualifies – I'm looking for the loopholes here. What qualifies as financial cheating on your spouse?
And we also want to talk about red flags as well. And we'll be taking your live phone calls in just a few moments. So what qualifies as financial cheating? You open up a whole bunch of credit cards. You don't tell your spouse about them. And I keep saying spouse, but your significant other. If you are in a long-term committed relationship, you're living together, they're counting on you to be honest with them. Yeah. So if you're out behind the scenes, running up credit card debt or opening up a whole bunch of credit cards, it's eventually going to be found out because you'll go to buy something together and the person that is trying to get the loan secured for you will spot something on your credit history and it'll pop up and then it'll open up a whole can of worms. So that's one form. I think that's where my mind goes first when you think about financial cheating. But Ted and Bankrate brought up another form of financial cheating, and this is like a secret savings account you didn't know anything about. And maybe as a couple, you're kind of skimping by, you don't have enough money to buy the day-to-day stuff, but then you find out your lover is hoarding a whole bunch of money in a savings account. That could be considered financial infidelity as well.
Yeah, you can kind of see, because the question I would ask is, what's that for? Is that a parachute in case things get too rocky here? Is it because you're saving up for a big Christmas present for me? Because that's totally fine. But the questions immediately, you think, why are you hiding that from me?
Mm-hmm. Well, my mind immediately went here when we were talking about this yesterday. It's like, who are you running away with? Who are you gonna, jump on a
How much do you need to save for a divorce attorney?
Yeah. So I think anytime we're private in our relationship about our finances, there's just this question of doubt as to what are your motivations? So our research department here at the Dave and Dujanovic Show found 5 signs of financial infidelity. And we're going to see if we can add to some of these. I think it's just important to talk about, because if you're doubting your partner because your gut tells you something is up, it probably is. So here's 5 signs of financial infidelity. Like your partner is financially cheating on you behind your back. You didn't know anything about these secret accounts or the secret savings account. They're very private about finances. They don't want to tell you a thing about it. That's clue number 1. The second clue is they get really defensive about finances. So you ask them about, how'd you get the money for that new boat you just bought? Because you look it up online and you find out that boat is a $100,000 boat, which is kind of how much boats are these days, baseline.
Or how do you afford to go out to lunch every single day?
Yeah, they get defensive. Yeah. They project the accusations about finances back to you.
Well, you do it too.
Yeah. It's a huge red flag. If somebody's projecting in a relationship anything back onto you, I always look at that as like, all right, what's going on in your life that you are trying to make me the problem? So they've hidden money issues in the past is another flag. Like sometimes it's really difficult when somebody has a money issue. It's usually for them to just instantly turn it around. In my experience, it's related to other underlying issues. Like they can't hold a job, and so they're always relying on credit cards, or they have some sort of an addiction problem, and so they're constantly in money troubles. So if they've hidden this in the past, I would look at that as a red flag that it could be happening in the current relationship. And there's probably also some underlying issues going on that haven't been addressed.
How about some solutions?
Oh, what is your solution?
I like what Ted Rossman had to say. He was giving us some ideas of what we could do, because it's very easy. My wife does all the bills in our family, so I've abdicated a lot of responsibility. I get a little stipend every paycheck, and I can just spend the money how I want. But he said it's not just enough to just abdicate all responsibility. One idea is this: how about a money date?
I really would urge people to communicate honestly and openly about money. It's not always the easiest thing to do, but one recommendation would be to set up a money date with your spouse once a month, and you talk about upcoming bills, but you also talk about goals, buying a house, getting out of debt, saving for retirement, things like that. I feel like when you're aligned on the goals, then you're pulling in the same direction, and it's not so much of, oh, we have a budget so that we can say no to all this kind of spending.
I really like that advice. I think that's a cool piece of advice. Set up a money date so it's not always confrontational, or you're not accusing someone of impropriety, but it's a conversation we're having. This is what we do. Now, the biggest surprise I had, Debbie, in this kind of research that was going on was a third of people found that financial infidelity was just as bad as physical infidelity.
Yeah.
That seems wild to me.
Why?
That is not even in the ballpark for me.
Oh, I can see that. Absolutely. They both come back to trust. If somebody is financially cheating on you, there's a lack of trust in the relationship. If somebody is physically cheating on you, there's a lack of trust in the relationship. So is financial infidelity as bad as physical infidelity?
801-575-TALK. 801-575-TALK. Let us know.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Here's a trick to podcasting at work and getting all the Utah news you love.
Download the KSL News Radio app.
The podcast for Utah's morning news and Dave and Debbie are right there. Dozens of podcasts a day.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
If you've ever set New Year's resolutions before, you know how difficult it is to follow through because you have to wait to see the results. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and in honor of your New Year, New You resolutions, Any Hour Services is having our New Year, New System sale. From now until the end of February, Any Hour Services will give you $2,024 off a new furnace and air conditioner, and you don't have to wait to save the money. You get $2,024 off at the time of purchase. The only thing you have to do to qualify for our New Year, New System sale is call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. When you call, there's no obligation to buy. Just schedule a time to meet that works best for you. Let me say that again. From now until the end of February, when you have Any Hour Services install a new furnace and air conditioner, we'll give you $2,024 off. Call Any Hour Services right now and schedule a free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
When you crash your car, you get it fixed. When your computer crashes, you get a new one. But what will you do if you've been saving in a 401k or an IRA and the market crashes? If you're in your 30s or 40s, you'll be just fine. But if you're in or near retirement, you could be in trouble. Mike Stevens and his team at Capital Wealth Advisors are here to help. They can run a risk analysis to see if you're too heavily invested in the market. Don't let the ups and downs of Wall Street control you or your retirement dreams. Call 801-210-5500 today to schedule your risk analysis with Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth Advisors. That's 801-210-5500. Crashes happen. Question is, are you ready? Capital Wealth Advisors, 801-210-5500. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor.
Right now at Macy's, find great Valentine's Day gift ideas like fragrance gift sets from Yves Saint Laurent, Armani, Carolina Herrera, and more. Plus, take an extra 20% off with your coupon or Macy's card on top of 35 to 60% off fine jewelry she'll love and 25% off chocolate from Godiva. And get your Valentine's gifts even faster when you pick up in-store or curbside now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Get Healthy Utah is a nonprofit organization working to improve healthy eating and active living in the state. It envisions a Utah where a culture of health permeates every Utah community. Executive Director Alicia Duquara joins us with more.
Many people think of healthy behavior as an individual responsibility. At Get Healthy Utah, we understand that our health also depends on where we live, work, and play. Imagine two people. One lives in a neighborhood without safe walking or biking paths, a dozen fast food places but no grocery store, and a work environment of donuts and sitting all day. The other lives near parks, trails, grocery stores, and community gardens. Their employer has a great wellness program with paid time to exercise. Who's more likely to have a higher quality of life and productivity? Get Healthy Utah's mission is to improve the healthy eating, active living, and mental well-being. We partner with leaders across the state to build healthy communities through initiatives like the Healthy Utah Community Designation. Everyone can help improve the health of Utahns. We invite you to our annual Get Healthy Utah Stakeholder Retreat on October 4th to learn more.
Get Healthy Utah works with schools, workplaces, and communities to create lasting changes that improve health. They advocate for sound policies, aligned efforts across sectors, and address problems at the system level. For more information, visit gethealthyutah.org. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Dan Bomas. First, a Utah Highway Patrol trooper was hit and injured earlier this morning in an incident at 7200 West and Interstate 80. Second, Ogden City's broken ground on what's called the Wonder Block Project, part of a plan to revitalize downtown. And third, those Valentine flowers are pretty, but they're also dangerous to dogs. Right now, 43 degrees, partly cloudy in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
David Dujanovic.
You just heard Dan talking about that. It appears to be some sort of a major incident at 7200 West and I-80 on the west side of Salt Lake City. We expect a news conference to start any moment now with the Utah Highway Patrol and the Salt Lake City Police Department. We don't know exactly what is going on out there, but our very own Hugo Ricard Bell, I just saw him on the live feed moments ago, wiring up the podium. He is there. He is gathering details. And the moment that news conference begins, we will break in live. We also want to remind you that we've got a big secret contest going on right now with our podcast. It's exclusively for our podcast listeners. Here's what you need to do.
Listen for the keyword. That's the key. So again, this is only on the Dave and Dujanovic podcast. You can find it at kslpodcast.com. Of course, any of your other podcast apps that you use, just pull up Dave and Dujanovic, and then as you're listening to the podcast, you'll hear Debbie and I'll give you a keyword. Text that keyword into 57500, and you could win a pair of AirPod Pros.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
Well, until we get to that news conference, let's talk to our listeners live right now asking this question. Is financial infidelity in your relationship as bad as physical infidelity? Mike from Eagle Mountain, go first. What do you think about this?
Well, I don't think it's as bad. For me, physical infidelity, she would be gone immediately. But the financial I would work through, which is something that I've had to do. I've got like 10 or 12,000 squirreled away. But the reason I have that is for anything unforeseen that comes along. And also because if she knows it's there, she's going to spend it.
You got to work on that, though. You got to work on that. What happens if something happens to you? An unfortunate thing happens to you. Is somebody going to know where that money is?
Yeah, I've made arrangements so that it's not
Like
out there
lost
floating in the
forever.
ether.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
Mike. Thanks so much. Kelsey from West Jordan. Is financial infidelity as bad as physical infidelity?
Kathy?
Hi, Kathy. Sorry,
Hi.
we have you listed as Kelsey. So new name. It's your pseudo name for on air. Wink, wink. Hi,
Okay,
Kathy.
We'll go with the Kelsey.
All right, love it.
I have ex-husband. We were married for 27 years, and he was online with other women for a year before I figured that out.
I'm sorry.
And then
That's
one
horrible.
of them talked him into buying gold from,
Oh goodness.
I guess, Africa. So he took $30,000 out of his retirement fund, thinking that I would never find out. Well, it was one of those love for money, big scams, you know.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Was that the deal breaker for you guys?
Yes. Yes.
How'd you find out?
And-
Can I ask you?
Well, his paycheck, from taking it out of his 401k, he had to pay it back.
Oh, so you saw the pay
And
stubs.
so, yes, it was like $600 short a month. And he would keep lying and lying, and then the stress kind of took over, and he ended up having to go into a psych ward for about a week, and it just kind of went downhill from there. You know, you can't have a marriage when there's no honesty, and even when you find out, there's lies.
Yeah. Wow. That's intense. And I am so sorry you went through that. And I hope you're doing better now.
Well, after 2.5 years, our divorce is finally final, and I can start moving on. So,
Well, show
we're doing
yourself
good.
a lot of self-love on this Valentine's Day. And my thoughts are with you. When you're stuck in a situation like this, where the money's just not there and you suspect something is up, this turned into a even bigger issue.
Yeah.
For her and her now ex-husband. So what a sad, sad situation. And from the flip side, this is what ends up happening when you're involved in that kind of stuff. You know, it's like somebody's going to find out eventually. Guess what? You were just scammed out of $30,000. You were involved. You were baited from the beginning. Whoever you were talking to online, just speaking generally now, never loved you to begin with. They were never going to want to be with you. In fact, this is so rampant. It's called pig butchering. There's a name for it. And in light of Valentine's Day and our uplifting discussions that we have in store for tomorrow, we're going to talk about the trend of these fake lovers online pig butchering middle-aged men. They go after you for a reason, and they pretend like they're a young girl or young woman who is head over heels in love with you. I got news for you. They are not. They're not even interested. They're only interested to see how much they can scam you out of financially.
And unfortunately, because there's so much shame and embarrassment when this happens, and clearly there's some infidelity going, whether it's just emotional, financial, physical. There's a lot of things going on that play into the scammer's playbook, because you're trying to hide everything. You don't want anyone to know. You can't, bounce your ideas off anybody else.
I wanted to get back to our developing story. I don't know that we have much more information, but we do know that there was an incident involving, I think, as a Utah Highway Patrol trooper. Don't know if there's any other police officers or patrol cars involved. It happened earlier this morning. We got word of this at about maybe about 11 o'clock this morning here at Broadcast House. that there was a major incident. Ricky Meese, our traffic center, has warned drivers to stay away from I-80 and 7200 West. We then cut in live, and we went live to the scene with Hugo Ricard Bell, who's been out there covering this for us. And at the time, he did not have a lot of details, but it does look as though they are gathering more details, and we're waiting a news conference any moment. That news conference is going to include Salt Lake City PD as well as the Utah Highway Patrol.
And he did describe that multiple agencies had responded to this area. It was not only UHP, but Salt Lake City Police as well as UTA as well. And they had somewhere between 15 and 20 vehicles that were on site.
Yeah, we don't know what this incident involved. If it was a traffic crash, although Dan Bomas has been reporting from the newsroom that appears that they've been in some sort of a traffic accident. But there might be other circumstances involved around this. We don't know how many other vehicles were involved. But as you stated, Dave, and Hugo Ricard Bell reported just a few moments ago for us that there's upwards of 20 emergency vehicles on the scene, and we expected that live news conference to begin at about 11:45. They're just a few minutes behind. It's typical in a situation like this. They're still gathering details. Maria will have the very latest and take us there live next.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Chaleos. KSL's top story this hour, there is a large police presence just off I-80 past the airport at 7200 West. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard Bell is at the scene. Let's get the latest. Hugo?
Maria, I can tell you right now there's at least 20 different police vehicles here, both on top of the overpass at 7200 West, I-80, and also there's a few underneath. There is very little details to go off. All we know right now is a state trooper or Utah Highway Patrolman has been injured in some sort of traffic incident. They've been taken to hospital. It's unclear exactly what their condition is right now. Like I said, huge police presence, and we are expecting police officers to talk in only just minutes away. It was originally at 11:45. They've stretched their time out. They just told us that they'll be going and talking to us at around noon. So when we know more, we will check back in. But right now, if you are traveling and need to use this 7200 West overpass, I would find a detour if I were you. Reporting live from the scene, Hugo Ricard Bell, KSL News Radio.
And we will continue to stand by. We are awaiting a news conference to be held by Salt Lake City and the UHP. And when that does happen, we'll bring it to you live here on KSL News Radio. Developing news, the Utah National Guard is giving an update on the two pilots who went down in an Apache helicopter in West Jordan yesterday. They say one of the pilots was released from the hospital last night. The other pilot, who is from the 419th Fighter Wing at Hill Air Force Base, is still hospitalized but is now stable. Their names have not been released. An investigation into the crash will take months. A new bill that would create an expanded childcare facility was heard and favorably recommended. Now, we're going to go back to that press conference we've been promising to you, UHP and Salt Lake City Police. And we're going to bring that to you in just a moment here. A new bill that would create an expanded child care facility was heard and favorably recommended in a Senate committee today. That bill would expand the state's supply of affordable child care by turning existing state-owned buildings into high-quality child care facilities. Now, the bill sponsored by Luz Escamilla explains how the partnership would work.
They can use 60% of the seats available for kiddos and the remaining 40% will be allocated to accommodate children of low-income working families, state employees, and military personnel.
Now, the bill now moves to the general session of the legislature. A committee of Utah lawmakers has approved a bill that would end ranked choice voting in Utah. Adam Small has more.
Representative Katie Hall's bill would end the pilot program allowing Utah cities to opt into ranked choice voting nearly 2 years early and before the next general election. Representative Norman Thurston voted in favor after some public commenters brought up local examples of people not understanding how it works and even some filling out their ballots incorrectly.
Sometimes you do a clinical trial with the hope of gathering data and showing that something really works. But if you find out halfway through the clinical trial that it's not working, that it's actually harmful, you don't go all the way to the end hoping that the data reverses itself.
On the flip side, though, not only can ranked choice voting save money,
to an area hospital in serious condition. So
this is the news
at
conference
this time,
we've been promised you.
The
Our
trooper
apologies.
is at the hospital, and we are conducting investigation here at the scene as to all the details that happened here off of 7200 West. So we will give updates as more information becomes available and get that information out to you as quickly as we can.
Sergeant, was a trooper actually hit by the car and then thrown off the bridge, or what happened there?
Those details are not fully ready yet to be released, and as we get that information, we'll make it available.
So you're not saying if he was hit by the car or whether but he did fall off?
Yes, he did fall off the structure.
Was it the structure right here that's behind us?
Yeah, the structure onto the surface street down below. Yes, correct.
Cameron, what kind of injuries? You said
serious condition, but like I say, he is alert and able to talk to the people there with him.
Can you tell us a little about what happened here as far as was the car heading southbound or northbound, or what was the scene here?
So the vehicle had been found. The vehicle was coming back northbound towards I-80, and that's when the helicopter was able to locate them.
Is the suspect still on the roof, sir?
No, the helicopter was able to direct units in to a contained area where he was taken into custody.
Have any weapons on him or anything?
That's unknown right now.
For Salt Lake City Police side, do you know what the original? You might have said this. What you were after the suspect for?
Yeah, all the information I have is this time our officers were attempting to stop this SUV. The specifics of that remain under investigation.
And was your officer who was hit also outside the car? Was in his patrol or her patrol car when hit?
The officer was in the car trying to stop the car out here, 7200 West, and like I said, there was that collision, minor damage. Our officer was not hurt.
And then the trooper fell while spikes were being deployed?
Yes, during that spike deployment is when that happened.
All right, thank you, everyone.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference from Salt Lake City Police and the Utah Highway Patrol. They were talking about an incident involving a Highway Patrol trooper that was trying to stop a suspect, and we'll continue to bring you more information on this story. Let's get a look at traffic with Ricky Meese.
I'm afraid we have a nasty problem in Utah County. It's a crash, possibly a rollover accident, and possible injuries with this one. Southbound I-15 prior to 800 North and Orem, blocking left lanes. Ricky Meese, the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:06.
Bigger stories demand more accountability, more experience, more trust.
If it's like an election day or we're expecting some bad weather, KSL presents the story. Unbiased. It's a good local source.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
BMW IBU World Cup Biathlon action returns to Soldier Hollow Nordic Center March 8th through 10th. Don't miss this thrilling sport featuring the world's best biathletes, combining heart-pumping ski racing with precision target shooting. Cheer on competitors from Team USA, Norway, Italy, France, Germany, Sweden, and more. General admission is free for all spectators. Premium seating tickets are also available. Get more info at IBUWorldCupUtah.com.
Les Olson IT is now a Rico Graphic Arts and Production Systems dealer. Rico chose Les Olson because of our reputation for superior service and national recognition. Les Olson IT chose Rico Graphics because they're the best value compared to other commercial-grade printers. Rico excels in high volume, high speed, high resolution, and offers an exciting fifth color. Learn more at lesolson.com.
Les Olson IT.
Many people, Amanda, I think, start each new year with one of two resolutions. One is to lose weight. The other is to save money.
Yeah.
And if you struggle to do that in the past, UCCU has an automatic way to help you.
I have used these wonderful savings goals, savings accounts at UCCU so many times. In fact, I just set one up. It's so easy. You just go and you tell it, what are you saving for? So right now I'm saving for a senior trip for my youngest son. And I tell it, I have until June of 2025. I want to save this much money. And then it will tell you, all right, well then every month or every other week or whatever you want to do, you have to set aside this much, and it will automatically take it out of your savings account.
You can have as many accounts as you want, name them whatever you want, and let's just say you want to save $600 this year.
Right.
$50 a month will automatically go in, and you're reaching your goals. You haven't done a thing.
This is the way to save money and not feel it, which is the way to be successful.
So to get started, just log in to their online or mobile banking and click on any of the goals to begin.
UCCU.com, Utah Community Credit Union. Love where you bank.
It's time for the Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 16th through the 19th at the Mountain America Expo. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
KSL News Time 12:08. We've been telling you a trooper is injured after trying to stop a suspect on I-80 at 7200 West. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard Bell is on the scene, and let's get the latest with him. Hugo?
Maria, the police just spoke to us then. This started with a police chase in Salt Lake City from the Salt Lake City PD. They did not pursue the suspect. Instead, they put out a dispatch call. Utah Highway Patrol picked it up further down the road where I am right now at 7200 West I-80 overpass. During the chase, it's unclear exactly how this happened. However, the Utah Highway Patrol officer who has been flown to hospital in a serious condition was hit by the vehicle. He then fell over the overpass and landed underneath. I'm next to the overpass right now. It would be at least a 10-meter drop, which in feet I think is around 30 feet. It's a big drop, to say the least. We're still unsure exactly how he is doing in hospital. He was taken there in serious condition. The suspect was apprehended. The helicopter was able to find his car, and they were able to apprehend him, and he's in police custody right now. At the moment, that's all the details I have. Reporting live from the scene at 7200 West I-80 overpass. Hugo Ricard Bell, KSL News Radio.
KSL News Time is just past 12:09. We have traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. We do have an emergency traffic situation underway, but this is not related to that story that we've been telling you. What is this related to, Ricky?
This is in Utah County, a crash with possible injuries. It may involve a rollover crash. It's a little hard to tell from this camera angle, but this is on southbound I-15. It's near Geneva Road, which is prior to 800 North in Orem. They are blocking left lanes of traffic, and that is what's causing your stop-and-go delays through Linden and backing into Pleasant Grove almost. That's not the only problem we have. We have delays building pretty quickly due to a crash in Weber County, southbound I-15. This is near 400 North Pioneer Road in the Marriott-Slaterville area. A left lane is blocked there, and that continues to build delays. And then, of course, don't plan on trying to travel from I-80 to 7200 West. Those ramps are closed. Looks like crews are going to be out there until at least 2:30, 2:45 this afternoon, so you do need to plan an alternate. Now, the good news about that is not a lot of travel in that area. People will be on I-80 going to and from Tooele County to Salt Lake County. 7200 West, not seeing a lot of traffic, so you should be good to go if you're traveling I-80. It's only occurring on the eastbound side. What if an entire town was overcome with the fear of silence? The Fear of Silence, new audiobook by Nathan Smith Jones, captivating you till the end. The Fear of Silence, everywhere audiobooks are sold. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Courtesy of small storms passing to the north, we'll keep it mostly cloudy today with a high of 48. Overnight, we drop off to 32 with a couple of clouds. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies and a high of 48. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now, 45 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City, and still to come on Utah's Noon News. We were going to play part of that press conference for you that we missed earlier about the officer that was injured while in pursuit of a suspect. We'll have that for you. You know, I've been conditioned to believe that if I want to lose weight, I have to engage in vigorous exercise, which works if and when I have the time and patience. But now I've found the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat a day without vigorous exercise. It's slcfatloss.com. Now, 2 weeks ago, I began this journey with slcfatloss.com, and they've made it easy for me to lose weight naturally, safely, effectively. It's been a great way to jumpstart my weight loss. In just 2 weeks, I've lost 10 pounds. There are no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no injections. There's just a plan individualized for me and packed with nutrient-dense foods. It's so easy to get started. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation. You can do it in person or virtually. I've lost 10 pounds in 2 weeks, but many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two with slcfatloss.com. That's up to a pound per day. Call 801-450-1882 or go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
When was the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you're breathing in all sorts of nasty dirt, dander, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their February special. Don't think vacuuming or DIYing will suffice. Call the pros. Zero Res has over 7,400 Google reviews with a 4.8 rating. This month, it's $33 per room cleaned, plus a fourth room free with promo code 4FREE24. And don't forget about your air ducts. Take $50 off your air duct cleaning with promo code CLEAN-AIR. Call ZeroRes, 866-ZERO-RES, or online at ZeroRes.com and say you want the KSL special. ZeroRes. Spelled backwards or forwards, it's the right way to clean.
Experience classical hits through a new lens. The Utah Symphony presents Masterworks Magnified, themed and fun-filled concert events that take you beyond the music. Are you a book lover? February 2nd and 3rd, discover the world of music inspired by literature. Then on April 26th and 27th, explore the powerful connection between music and motion. Bring a date or a few friends for a night out at downtown Salt Lake City's Abrovnal Hall. Before the concert, grab drinks and specialty concessions and explore themed activities. Then settle into your seat. A host will guide you through the music and captivating visuals will be projected as the orchestra plays. Masterworks Magnified is the perfect first symphony concert or a chance to experience classical music in a new way. Tickets start at $21 at utahsymphony.org/magnified.
Experience classical musical hits through a new lens with Utah Symphony's Masterworks Magnified performances. Learn more at utahsymphony.org. KSL News Time 12:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First, a state trooper has been flown to the hospital with serious injuries after a police chase through Salt Lake City. More in just a moment. Second,
a committee of Utah lawmakers have voted to advance a bill that would take away the option for cities to use ranked choice voting. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Third is emergency traffic, Ricky.
It's emergency traffic in two spots. Our first is a rollover crash with injuries, blocking left lanes of traffic southbound I-15 approaching 800 North Orem. Our other is a crash on southbound I-15 near Pioneer Road in Marriott Slaterville for Weber County drivers, also causing heavy delays. Ricky Meeson, the KSL Traffic Center.
Mostly cloudy skies today with highs in the 40s. I'm Matt Johnson.
45 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time now for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The fate of a Senate-passed aid bill for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan is unclear in the House. Speaker Mike Johnson insisting that aid bill be tied to U.S. border security, even though the House voted down an earlier version due to opposition from former President Trump.
President Biden is pushing the House to move with urgency to pass the $95 billion foreign aid bill passed by the Senate. The president in a statement saying, quote, the costs of inaction are rising every day, especially in Ukraine. He writes that the administration nation is seeing reports of Ukrainian troops running out of ammunition on the front lines as Russian forces continue to attack. The president adding, quote, "If we do not stand against tyrants who seek to conquer or carve up their neighbors' territory, the consequences for American national security will be significant." Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The White House says talks are ongoing and moving in the right direction with Middle East leaders to secure the release of more hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. White House National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
The whole national security team is devoted to this. We want to get those hostages home as soon as possible, and that work is going on.
Some cases in Colorado now on hold after a cyber attack.
Colorado's Public Defender's Office says its computer system has become encrypted by malware and that now certain matters have been rescheduled on a case-by-case basis. The office has disabled its computer network and is working to bring it back online. Something similar happened in Pennsylvania. The state court system was hit with a cyber attack that caused a delay in some cases. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A winter wallop in the Northeast has shuttered schools for the day in New York and parts of New Jersey and led to nearly 1,200 flight cancellations. Some areas could log more than a foot of snow. But in New Orleans, the sun is out on this Fat Tuesday, the Mardi Gras parade taking place today before the start of Lenten season. That begins tomorrow. You're listening to ABC News.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth, and it is developing news. A Utah Highway Patrol trooper was seriously injured this morning near I-80 and 72nd West in Salt Lake County. Mark Wine with the Salt Lake City Police Department says the event started when one of their officers responded to the event.
This all started just after 10 o'clock this morning when Salt Lake City police officers tried to stop an SUV in the area of 900 West North Temple Street. That SUV immediately took off. Our officers did not pursue that car at all. They immediately pulled to the side of the road and got information about that car to other local law enforcement agencies and our officers to be on the lookout for that SUV. Shortly thereafter, a Salt Lake City police officer spotted a car matching that description out here in the area of 7200 West and 1300 South. The officer tried to stop the car, and in a quick time frame, that car took off and subsequently hit our police officer, causing minor damage to the police car. Our officer is not hurt.
Sergeant Cameron Roden with UHP says one of their troopers was hurt during the response.
Troopers were in the area. They were notified that the vehicle had been located and were assisting Salt Lake City units here off of 7200 West. As they were doing that, troopers were attempting to deploy spikes. During that spike deployment, one of our troopers was injured as he fell off of a structure onto a surface street down below. Shortly after that had occurred, the DPS helicopter located the suspect vehicle and followed that vehicle to a local hotel here in the area where units set up for containment and were able to take that individual into custody. Shortly after the helicopter helped those units there, he returned back to the scene and transported the injured trooper to an area hospital in serious condition. So at this time, the trooper is at the hospital, and we are conducting investigation here at the scene as to all the details that happened here off of 7200 West.
And we will bring you more details as they do become available. Emergency traffic. It's sponsored by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Not one, but two spots, Ricky.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out there right now on I-15. Our first hot spot is southbound I-15 in Utah County, where we've had a rollover crash with possible injuries. Left lanes blocked. This is near Geneva Road. That's just before 800 North in Orem. With those lanes blocked to traffic, it is a parking lot all the way back to Pleasant Grove Boulevard. Tack on an extra 25 to 30 minutes, depending on where you are in the delays. And that's 25 to 30 minutes minimum to get through these backups, and definitely stay to the right. Now, our other issue is a crash on southbound I-15 in Weber County near 4th North Pioneer Road. That left lane is still blocked to traffic, and that is also causing heavy delays into the far west area. A little bit of good news, it's a delay-free drive on all of your Salt Lake County freeways. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Have winter conditions damaged your parking lot asphalt or concrete surfaces? Call GoPave Utah to get on their schedule. GoPave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast remains on the mild side with mostly cloudy skies today, 48 degrees for a high. We keep it dialed at 48 tomorrow for your Valentine's, partly cloudy skies. Rain showers, especially Thursday morning, 46 the high by afternoon. Partly cloudy, 47 on your Friday. How about Saturday? 50 degrees, partly cloudy skies. We keep it in the upper 40s with a chance for showers by Sunday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Sunshine, 45 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Quick check of the markets, and it's not a good thing. There are some pretty ugly numbers. The Dow down by nearly 700 points. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
There are two amazing productions, very different productions, on the stages right now at Hale Center Theater. One is Clue, that I thoroughly enjoyed. It is a madcap comedy, and as I mentioned, it has the greatest death scene I have ever seen on the stage. Then down the hall in the theater in the round, it's Fiddler on the Roof. It is breathtaking. You are going to love both productions that are underway right now at Hale Center Theater, but there's so much more to come. May We All, a country musical, is coming up next. Then The Time Machine, The Nutty Professor, The Addams Family, which is wonderful, and The Magician's Elephant Plus. The season wraps up just before the Christmas production of A Christmas Carol, Disney's Beauty and the Beast. Get your tickets now. Go to hct.org. And be sure to pick up gift cards, too. They're perfect just to slip in a thank you card. Go to hct.org.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Hi everyone, it's Congressman Blake Moore here. It's been a busy start to 2024, and I am hard at work advancing Utah's priorities in Congress. From passing critical federal budget reform legislation in the House Budget Committee to pushing a historic bipartisan tax package in the House Ways and Means Committee, my team and I are digging in on pro-growth, pro-family policies. I'm also using my new role as Vice Chair of the House Republican Conference to bring a voice from Utah to the leadership table. As the first Republican from Utah elected to House or Senate leadership, I am grateful to advocate for your values in this capacity. I have many updates I'd like to share with you, so please join us for my upcoming Teletown Hall on Thursday, February 15th at 1 p.m. by dialing in at 833-305-1678. That's Thursday, February 15th at 1 p.m. at 833-305-1678. I'd love to hear from you. Visit my website at blakemore.house.gov for more information and sign up for our weekly e-newsletter. Thank you, and I look forward to talking to you soon. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Watching Utah's money, retailers and suppliers are reducing the variety of their items to focus more on what they think will sell best. Coca-Cola has discontinued half of its drink brands this year. Data shows it's also more profitable for companies because they're not carrying over as many leftovers that need to be discounted. If you're hoping to take an Uber this Valentine's Day, you may be out of luck. Thousands of Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash drivers are expected to strike on the holiday to demand fair pay. Justice for App Workers, a coalition representing more than 100,000 drivers, announced the strike last week. P.F. Chang's wants to soften the blow to anyone dumped before Valentine's Day. The restaurant is giving 6 free dumplings to anyone recently dumped over text. The offer is available until the 24th. And taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow We got some hotter than expected inflation numbers, and the Dow is down by more than 700 points, nearly 2%, sitting at 38,088. S&P 500 down by 89. The Nasdaq down by more than 2%. Down 329 points.
The nationally ranked Cougars are on a roll.
Foose dives low, wait, up, and good! Drops it over the 10 for 2.
Tonight, it's BYU, UCF.
Khalifa down the lane, still gets there, and lays it up and in! He was coast to coast like buttered toast.
Pregame is at 6 and tip-off at 7. Listen tonight. BYU, UCF on Utah's legacy home of Big 12 basketball and the BYU Cougars. KSL News Radio.
I've hit a lot of milestones on my soda weight loss journey over the last 4.5 months, but none bigger than hitting my goal weight. Yes, I've lost 67 pounds since mid-September with soda weight loss. SOTA, it stands for state of the art. They told me at the beginning it was going to be like stepping into a time machine, and I thought, yeah, right. But guess what? Now that I'm here, it's true. People tell me I look younger, and honestly, as I look in the mirror, I can't disagree. I'm seeing a weight on the scale under 200 pounds, which I haven't seen in almost 25 years. I had to borrow clothes from my 21-year-old son's closet so I could find something that fit me. I put on a medium-sized shirt for the first time since I can't even remember. But I want you to have the same success and these same awesome milestones that I've had. Why don't you go to sodaweightloss.com, SOTA-weightloss.com, and take a look at a few or maybe a bunch of the 8,500 5-star reviews on there. So don't wait anymore. Check out sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for, say it with me, State of the Art.
This week's movie show is brought to you by Sound Sleep Medical. Get a free sleep screening and a free consultation by tuning in on Friday morning. Sound Sleep Medical with 7 locations in Utah. Emergency traffic coverage. It's sponsored by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. The latest now with Ricky Meese.
A rollover crash with possible injuries southbound I-15 approaching 800 north in Orem. Still blocking left lanes. It's causing stop-and-go and slow-and-go delays back to the very bottom end of American Fork. Now, speeds have improved somewhat for the crash in Weber County, but we still have lingering delays from far west down to where we have the accident. 4th North Pioneer Road in Marriott Slaterville on southbound I-15 with a left lane still blocked to traffic. Need a perfect event venue? There's a place. This is the place, Heritage Park. Ideal for weddings, events, featuring 11 venues, beautiful grounds, affordability for any celebration. Call or visit thisistheplace.org. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
48 today, mostly cloudy skies, not a bad one. Overnight, we're dropping off to 32. Tomorrow, it's Valentine's Day, partly cloudy skies with highs in the upper 40s. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Bit of sunshine and 45 degrees downtown.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon. KSL News Time 1230. KSL's top story this hour, and it is developing news on KSL News Radio. Utah Highway Patrol trooper has been seriously injured in an attempt to stop a suspect. This is at I-80 and 7200 West. KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard-Bell is there with the latest. Hugo?
Maria, the Utah Highway Patrol officer is in serious condition in hospital right now after falling off an overpass at the 7200 West exit off I-80. What I can tell you is at around 10 a.m. this morning at 900 West North Temple, Salt Lake City, PD attempted a traffic stop on a large SUV. The SUV then fled. Police did not pursue, but instead put out a description for Highway Patrol. It was then that the car was spotted around this area. We're still unsure exactly what happened next, but whilst laying out spikes to stop the suspect, the Highway Patrol officer fell off the overpass. And it's unclear if he was hit by the car or if he stumbled back to avoid the car. The suspect was later apprehended, though, by police at the Hampton Inn, just east of the 7200 West exit where I am right now. When we know more, we will let you know. Reporting live from the scene, here at Bell, KSL News Radio.
One person is injured. 9 puppies are dead after a basement fire in North Salt Lake City. Fire crews responded to a fire inside a 2-level duplex around 5:30 last night. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Students in Logan got a surprise wake-up call this morning when a mountain lion wandered onto Utah State University's campus. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
The mountain lion was first spotted lounging in a tree near the D. Glenn Smith Spectrum. Responding officers say it was about 4 feet long and very fast. Logan City Police Department Chief Jeff Simmons says they got word out as soon as possible.
Alerts were put out for the students of both the elementary schools and the college there just to be aware and to drive the elementary school kids to school so that there wouldn't be any danger.
Simmons says the Division of Wildlife Resources was also immediately looped in. They're still in the area looking for the cat. The goal is to make sure it avoids human interaction and returns to a safer area. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
KSL's top national stories. The Senate has passed a bill that would aid Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, but its future is unclear in the House. Speaker Mike Johnson says he wants it tied to border security, but a measure like that has already failed in the Senate. Today, after the vote, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said he believes that there's support for the aid package in the other chamber.
I am confident there are many Republicans in his caucus, I know I've spoken to a whole bunch of them, who feel strongly we ought to pass this bill. And I will urge Speaker Johnson to step up to the moment and do the right thing.
Utah Senator Mike Lee was one of the senators who filibustered against the Ukraine and Israel aid bill. He delivered a 4-hour filibuster on Saturday and an hour-long speech this morning to slow down passage of the bill.
And those who vote yes under these circumstances undermine what senators are elected to do first and foremost, which is represent our states and those in our states and not represent sides, certainly not represent a foreign country.
He adds that border solutions must come before Ukraine funding.
That by voting yes and passing this bill now, it empowers drug cartels. It dissolves our borders. It spends insane amounts of money that we don't have.
Utah's other senator, Mitt Romney, voted in favor, saying that helping people defend their freedom is simply the right thing to do. Other national stories KSL is following. Voters are heading to the polls today in one New York district to decide who will replace the congressional seat left open by George Santos. Santos is facing multiple federal charges involving wire fraud, identity theft, and campaign finance fraud. Today, voters will choose between Democrat Tom Swayze, who was in Congress before Santos, and Mazie Phillip, who is running as a Republican but is registered as a Democrat. ABC's Aaron Katursky is in New York with more.
Today's special election is something of a bellwether. Phillip has tied her opponent to the influx of migrants from the southern border and tapped into fear of crime. And if she wins, it could be a bad omen for Democrats in November. A Swazi victory, though, would help Democrats erode the Republican slim majority in the House, and both parties have poured millions into this race.
Meantime, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who was admitted to the critical care unit at Walter Reed on Sunday, is still there. ABC's Martha Raddatz has more.
He was taken to the hospital on Sunday for what the Pentagon described as an emergent bladder issue. On Monday, his doctors say he underwent non-surgical procedures under general anesthesia to address that issue. Beyond that, the Pentagon is saying very little. But unlike last time when Austin was taken to the ICU and kept it secret for days, Austin did let the White House know immediately and did transfer his duties to his deputy within hours of his arrival at Walter Reed.
Secretary Austin was supposed to be heading to Europe for meetings with NATO allies. Those meetings have been canceled. First look traffic. Let's see what's happening with Ricky.
Emergency traffic continues in Utah County on southbound I-15, where we've had a crash blocking the left lane of traffic approaching 800 North Orem. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 1236.
Spend your workday with a talk show that makes you feel better about the news.
Dave and Dujanovic.
They have a good dynamic between the two of them.
Sometimes I'll take Dave's side and sometimes I'll take Debbie's side.
They're great.
Dave and Debbie, live from 9 to noon, or podcast the show on the app for KSL News Radio.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-473-3993 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-473-3993. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-3993 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-473-3993.
BMW IBU World Cup Biathlon action returns to Soldier Hollow Nordic Center March 8th through 10th. Don't miss this thrilling sport featuring the world's best biathletes, combining heart-pumping ski racing with precision target shooting. Cheer on competitors from Team USA, Norway, Italy, France, Germany, Sweden, and more. General admission is free for all spectators. Premium seating tickets are also available. Get more info at IBUWorldCupUtah.com.
As the new year begins, you and your credit card might be ready for a quiet break. Experience the relief of a low rate with the Mountain America credit card. With a 3% cash bonus on balance transfers, it's more relaxing than ever. Open a Mountain America credit card today for your limited time bonus. Details at macu.com/transfer. Loans and approved credit. Membership required based on eligibility. Offer can change or be withdrawn at any time. Terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's New News, recapping our top local story. A state trooper has been seriously injured and flown to the hospital. Highway Patrol says he fell off a bridge while setting up a spike strip trying to stop a suspect. KSL News Time 1238. Utah County Clerk is facing criticism from the state's election director. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston begins our live team coverage. Peter?
Utah County Clerk Aaron Davidson filled in a candidate's party affiliation on their filing form minutes after the final deadline on January 8th. Davidson tells KSL TV the candidate had forgotten to write he was a Republican before he left the office. And so Davidson called the candidate and verified he wanted to run as a Republican. State Elections Director Ryan Colley sent a letter to Davidson reminding that changing a candidate's filing form is against Utah code and urging him not to do it again.
Davidson tells KSL TV he doesn't think his office violated Utah code because he knew the intent. We also have an election issue in Cache County where there was candidate confusion.
6 candidates were told they did not qualify for their respective offices. This happened because it was assumed those offices weren't in the same districts they lived in. There's a number of reasons why this mix-up happened, including outdated information and mislabeled maps. But Cache County Clerk/Auditor David Benson tells the Salt Lake Tribune his predecessor didn't update their databases, albeit that claim is disputed by the former clerk. Now, all of this, combined with other issues within the clerk's office and a recently closed investigation into election issues, has some understandably worried about the election year. Michael Commit, KSL News Radio.
We continue our emergency traffic coverage. Traffic and weather is brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
They've opened up another lane, creating stop and go mixed with slow and go speeds southbound I-15 with this crash prior to 800 North in Linden. But it looks like there's still at least maybe one left lane blocked, or maybe that's the shoulder. It's a little difficult to tell. However, we still have backups just past Pleasant Grove in Linden. Now, for those who are traveling southbound I-15 in Weber County, they have cleared the problem in the Marriott-Slaterville area near Pioneer Road, about 4th North near mile marker 346. However, we still have residual delays back to far west, but traffic is starting to move a little better. Imagine pop, rock, and jazz hits with the full power of the Utah Symphony. Get your tickets at utahsymphony.org/pops. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Pretty easy going for your Tuesday. Mostly cloudy skies with a high of 48 this afternoon. Overnight, we dip off to 32. Tomorrow, 48 for your Valentine's and partly cloudy skies. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
A bit of sunshine, 45 degrees downtown. And coming up on Utah's New News, Utah lawmakers are considering a proposal to boost the child tax credit and the number of children allowed in unlicensed daycare facilities. We'll hear more from the bill's author. That's next, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
The life of a small business owner. Keeping the lights on, calling all the shots. And then there's workplace accidents. 500-degree ovens, rusty nails. Danger lurks around every corner. Workplace accidents can happen, but there is an easy way to keep your employees covered. Talk to your agent about workers' comp coverage from PI, or go to piinsurance.com and get a quote. Safety first, then PI Insurance. Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Going to a Jazz game is more fun together. Host an unforgettable night at Delta Center with colleagues, friends, families, whoever. Group tickets are the best way to get everyone together to cheer on the Jazz. Pick from a variety of options for seating, dining, and game day experiences. Start planning your big night at the game by calling 801-355-DUMP, emailing group sales at utahjazz.com, or simply visiting utahjazz.com/tickets.
Do you hear that? If you're like many people, that's the sound of your money. Just lying there in a checking or savings account doing nothing, when it could be out there earning more money for you. But at America First Credit Union, we can give your money a wake-up call.
What? What's that?
Rise and shine, Bucky. We can get your money working in a high-yield certificate account, earning you a much better return than traditional checking and savings. Up and at 'em, buddy. We gotta go.
Huh? Where are we going?
To America First. You'll love it there. They're gonna help you do so much awesome stuff.
All right, I'm coming.
So get your money working with a high-yield certificate from America First. Head to americafirst.com today to check out the latest amazing rates. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, conditions, and change. Federally insured by NCUA.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Do you ever feel like getting your supplies for your CPAP is just a huge headache? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. We'll say goodbye to the hassle and hello to a stress-free life with our CPAP resupply service. Signing up is a breeze. Just place a call, choose your products, and leave the insurance billing and shipping to us. Our discreet packaging prioritizes your privacy, and we always ensure an on-time delivery. No more trips to the store or worrying about running out of important supplies. We get how crucial your CPAP therapy is, so don't let the stress of keeping up with it affect your sleep and health. Join Alpine Resupply today and enjoy a tranquil night's sleep with all your CPAP essentials. Visit us at alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
That's alpinehomemedical.com.
KSL News Time, 1245. The three things you need to know this hour first.
A Utah Highway Patrol officer is in serious condition after falling off an overpass at the 7200 West exit on I-80. I'm KSL News Radio's Hugo Ricard Bell.
Second, a new bill that would create more child care facilities received a favorable recommendation from a Senate committee today. The bill would turn existing state-owned buildings into high-quality child care facilities. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
Crews are still wrapping up this accident southbound I-15. It was a rollover crash with injuries prior to 800 North in Orem. However, we still have a lot of slowdowns through Pleasant Grove almost to American Fork. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Dry for the next 2, then we bring in some rain. I'm Matt Johnson.
A bit of sunshine, 45 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time now for KSL's top national stories.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. President Biden urging GOP House Speaker Mike Johnson to take up the vote on the Senate-passed bipartisan aid package for Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, and Taiwan. That bill does not include funding for U.S. border funding, something Johnson says must be tied to a foreign aid package. President Biden says support is urgent.
This is a critical act for the House to move. It needs to move. The bill provides urgent funding for Ukraine so it can keep defending itself against Putin's vicious vicious onslaught.
The president says the aid for Ukraine will also help U.S. businesses that build weapons.
Time now for the KSL In-Depth. Utah lawmakers are considering a proposal to boost the number of children allowed in unlicensed daycare facilities. Representative Susan Pulsifer, who is sponsoring the bill, spoke with Dave and Dujanovic on how unlicensed providers would be able to have 8 kids instead of 6 in their care.
It's just an option for maybe a more unusual circumstance. Say you have 2 children, and so that would give you the option to have 8. And maybe you only have 4, but those 4 children are 2 families, and they each have 1 or 2 children that go to school, and they just need a spot to come after school. So these would be older children. And maybe you as a provider said, you know, I'm just really good with having my 4. That's great for me. But then these families, these parents need a place for their kids to come after school for a couple hours. And so then that gives me, if I have that 7 or 8 option, it gives me that opportunity to have them. So I see it more as increasing options for circumstances that are not, you know, like having kids there from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night.
It would also expand the child tax credit.
For me, the very most important part of this bill is the expansion of the tax credit we created last year. And last year, the tax credit would give families that had children between the 2 and 3-year-old age a tax credit up to $1,000 per child. And this year, we're expanding that to include 4 and 5-year-olds. And that goes to the families, and families can use that to however they choose to. But as I say, all children need childcare. So they could use it to be a stay-at-home parent, or they can use it to provide childcare at any facility of their choosing, and the parents get to choose. And I think that's it's the most important piece of this bill is helping the childcare industry in that way and helping families in that way.
Pulsifer went on to say that her bill would also require background checks even for unlicensed child care providers. Voices for Utah Children has spoken out against the legislation, saying it sacrifices the health and safety of Utah's youngest community members. KSL News Time, 12:49. Emergency traffic coverage continues. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Ricky?
Looks like we're in the final cleanup stages of this earlier rollover crash in Utah County on southbound I-15 prior to 800 North in Orem. The rest of the crews are over to the left. Traffic is getting by, but we still have residual delays, pretty heavy at times, to Pleasant Grove Boulevard. Salt Lake County freeways are looking good. Now starting to see some unusual slowing northbound on I-15 going from Woods Cross into Bountiful. All machines are discounted during the embroidery sale at Dave's Bernina in St. George and Provo. 48 months, no interest, and amazing buy a machine, get free gift offers. Great bargains on previously loved machines. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast has 2 days with rain chances. Today is dry, mostly cloudy, 48. Keep it at 48 tomorrow, partly cloudy. How about some rain showers, especially Thursday morning, 46 the high by the afternoon. Friday, partly cloudy, 47, up to 50 though on Saturday with partly cloudy skies. Sunday, rain showers, 49. President's Day, 53 and mostly cloudy. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
A bit of sunshine, 46 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. And the 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Still to come, we're going to check your money news, and we are seeing some red, a lot of red in the markets today. Not liking some inflation numbers. The Dow down by more than 700 points. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Maybe it's because they're excited about Leap Day at the end of February. This is Jeff Kaplan. At Advanced Window Products, Leap Day means they get an extra day to build windows. But for you, it's an incredible opportunity. This month, they'll give you $2,500 off on 10 windows or more. $2,500 off on the highest quality custom window frames and double pane glass. They'll lower your energy bill and give your home an exciting new look. Any style, any color. At Advanced Window Products, you save money because they cut out the middleman. They build your windows right here in Salt Lake City. They install the windows and they guarantee them for life. So beat the rush. Once it gets warmer, their schedule backs up and you have to wait months and months for installation. So make the call and get to the head of the line. Save $2,500 and get custom precision windows built right here in Salt Lake City. Advanced Window Products offers 60-month 0% financing. You can buy now, pay later, but call now. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or visit advancedwindowsusa.com.
Have you heard of IRS tax code section 1.408A-4? It sounds complicated, but it's a simple tax law thousands of Utah families are using to lock in lower tax bills when they retire. If you've saved at least $200,000 for retirement, and some of this money is in an IRA or 401k, it could save you tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in future tax bills. You can find out how much you could save by requesting a free and confidential retirement tax savings analysis. It's from Boss Retirement Solutions, a 5-time winner of Utah's Best of State Award. For your free retirement tax analysis, call 801-896-9622. 801-896-9622. That's 801-896-9622.
Advisory services offered through Boss Retirement Advisors, an SEC-registered investment advisory firm. Insurance products and services offered through Boss Retirement Solutions.
KSL News Time 12:54. A federal judge is blocking an Ohio law that requires social media companies to use age verification. It could be a sign of things to come for a similar law here in Utah.
Last year, Utah Governor Spencer Cox signed 2 bills. One, like Ohio's, also requires social media users to verify their age, and one that prohibits minors from using social media apps overnight. It was just one of the many times Cox has taken aim at social media companies.
We will not stand by while these companies fail to take adequate, meaningful action to protect our children.
However, the same group that sued Ohio, which led to their law being blocked, has also sued Utah, and they've won similar lawsuits in 2 other states. Utah's laws were supposed to take effect in March, but have since been pushed back to October. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's money, experts think inflation fell below a 3% annual rate last month. That is the lowest level in nearly 3 years. It's a potentially significant milestone as the Biden administration tries to strengthen Americans' views of the economy before the November elections. Tech layoffs continue. Cisco is planning to cut thousands of jobs to restructure business. It follows another set of layoffs the company had last year, where they cut 5% of their global workforce. The past Super Bowl Sunday was the most watched program ever, averaging about 123 million viewers. That's a whopping 7% increase from last year's mark of 115 million for Kansas City's last play victory over Philadelphia. This year's was also one of the longest games at 74 minutes and 57 seconds of playtime. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow down by 749 points, nearly 2%, sitting at 38,047. S&P, it's down by 98. The NASDAQ down by 365 points. That's nearly 2.5%.
When was the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you're breathing in all sorts of nasty dirt, dander, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home with their February special. Don't think vacuuming or DIYing will suffice. Call the pros. Zero Res has over 7,400 Google reviews with a 4.8 rating. This month, it's $33 per room cleaned, plus a fourth room free with promo code 4FREE24. And don't forget about your air ducts. Take $50 off your air duct cleaning with promo code CLEAN-AIR. Call Zero Res, 866-ZERO-RES, or online at zerores.com and say you want the KSL special, Zero Res. Spelled backwards or forwards, it's the right way to clean.
Are you stressing about your IRS tax problems? Have you received notices from the IRS threatening to garnish your wages, levy your bank accounts, or seize your property? You need an ally. Allies Tax Relief has tax attorneys and enrolled agents that are ready to fight for you. They have saved millions for taxpayers just like you. Allies Tax Relief can help put a stop to IRS collections and, most importantly, negotiate your tax debt. Here's Brenda, a happy client of Allies Tax Relief.
I owed the IRS around $57,000, and they're about to start garnishing my paychecks. I heard a commercial on the radio about Allies Tax Relief, so I thought I'd give them a call. After a day, they were able to at least stop the garnishments, and after a few months of negotiations, I walked away owing the IRS only $301.
If you owe the IRS, call Allies Tax Relief right now for your free consultation. Call 800-230-5174. 800-230-5174. That's 800-230-5174.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
KSL and Bear River Lodge want to send you and your Valentine on a cozy romantic getaway. Win an overnight stay in a Bear River Lodge studio cabin, plus a full-day snowmobile or side-by-side rental. Until Valentine's Day, this package is available for just $4.99, but you can win this amazing package for free on the KSL contest page. Enter now. Text the word contest to 57500 or go to kslnewsradio.com/contests.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Ricky Meese, what's happening?
All clear. We are back to a crash-free commute on all of your Valley freeways, including southbound I-15 in Utah County going into Orem. All lanes of travel are open. There may be some backups of heavy and slow traffic into Pleasant Grove, but that is also clearing pretty quickly. Common Spirit, hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the forecast for the Wasatch Front, looks like we have a couple of days just like today with highs in the upper 40s. And looks like a slight chance of showers tomorrow, but our best chance of showers this week coming on Thursday. Right now, 46 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Dan Bomas. KSL's top story this hour. A Utah Highway Patrol trooper was seriously injured this morning as he was assisting with a police chase on Interstate 80. KSL News Radio's Hugo Rickard Bell is live with details. Hugo?
Dan, I'm actually right now at the Quality Inn and Suites just off the I-80 towards Salt Lake from where the incident happened at 7200 West exit overpass. What we do know is the officer fell off the